Hello everybody, welcome to the Galco stream for, I'm hearing myself twice, um, Stargazer Day 2. I'm joined by Bisu and Cora today, thank you for hanging out with us. We're gonna get into games pretty soon here, but first let's gonna take a look at the format for today.
Yeah, so today we have what, 24? We started with 32 yesterday, lost 8 players starting out, and then we'll eliminate another 8 today, is that correct? Or are we 8? Or no, we're eliminating every 2 games. We're eliminating 8 and then 4 and then 4, I think.
I believe so. It's kind of confusing to look at on the paper, but when you look at it in the spreadsheet, it makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, and then we'll end up with, the goal is to get us 8 players for tomorrow, so we have one final lobby all day, if I'm reading things right.
Yeah, and then we'll take a look at where we left off yesterday with our points.
Okay, I think the important part from yesterday is looking at like our bottom 8 to see who actually didn't make it. I missed the games yesterday, but I've definitely heard who's down there. Losing Robin, losing Setsuko, losing Spencer, Marcel P. Like, these are all like big names in the NA scene that people would not have predicted to get day one.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think I've seen Setsuko or Robin get day one in the past few years, let alone the past few sets. So it's definitely a little bit of an upset, but looking at the top though, we should impress Event at 40 points, which is I think the second ever that 2 players have sit on 40 points after day 1 and just speed running along to day 2 and potentially day 3. So it'll be exciting to see how they play these games moving forward.
Okay.
We'll see if Weijing can run it back. And how many did he win last set? The first 3? 4?
The first 3.
Okay, so my message to request a lobby never actually sent, so we're gonna hang out with North upstream for a little while.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
As soon as this
Yeah.
goes away.
There should be predictions on how many world spots will Weijing get this time. Not even if he makes it, it's how many of the world spots can he steal?
My bet's on at least 2.
Because how many did he technically have last time? Because it was
think
one for each of them, so it was 3. And then didn't he also
3 or
qualify
4.
off points for a 4th one?
Yeah, I think so. It's definitely.
I don't remember if he had a 5th one off ladder or not.
Oh, W! We got an invite somewhere.
Let's go.
That was quite loud, but
Sorry.
hey.
Okay, yippee! We're gonna watch. Let me get the lobbies for today. We're gonna watch lobby 2.
Good old lobby 2.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So this is just a sneak peek with what the Dark Hub has going on.
We're going late game scaling with just a solid Primordian start.
Yeah, I feel like he had the better Primordians part there, but I guess he saw the no scout, no pivot and went, okay, this is definitely a fast 8, fast 9 from this.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I definitely predict we'll see a lot of going for like fast 8, Master Yi, some Corky Riven. We'll see I think the only rerolls we'll probably see are the Briar Teemo, but like those lines. Probably just see a lot of that today. And then, I think we'll see a good mix of other stuff throughout the middle, but I think those are just everyone's like fallback lines.
Okay.
100%.
when we are in loading screen, I'll bring up our lobby screen and we'll see. Or actually, we could just so we don't get too invested into Darth Hub. So yeah, here's what we got going on. We'll hop into with Pressed Event, Deleted, Soju, Millennium Fox, Chunnington, Junction Lead, also and Crazy Cat. I didn't see Crazy Cat a lot yesterday, so I'm excited to see him as well as Pressed Event and Soju, who I was worried about for a little bit about not actually getting in, but we ended up being okay.
Yeah, I saw he went 7 and 8 games 1 and 2, so I was a little bit worried, but he did bounce back pretty strong.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we haven't gotten started just yet. But yeah.
Sounds good. I'm personally really excited to see Changshin Lee because I think he was a Dank Memes student that somehow made its way into the Tier 1 tourney circuit. And he's been doing quite well. So I guess the student exceeds the teacher in this case, and was a little bit sad to see Dank Memes just stay in Tier 2, but hopefully Changshin Lee can like live up to his teacher's name and carry the name forward.
And then who knows, next set, maybe they'll both be up there together. I think that's one of the cool parts about TFT, having the like resets a year changing every time, that it's like you can miss one, or like even like as a player, it's like if a set's like not the best, you can like take time off and just come back every time, like so keep it fresh. But also competitive standpoint, it's like you get to cycle through a lot of these players, but like it's still a lot of the same names. So like even like mention Crazy Cat, like I don't think Crazy Cat's anyone that is like, oh, this is like the player to look out for this, but like they're like in and out of like on that bubble, it feels like, of the Tier 1, Tier 2, and have some like pop-off games and somebody that can be fun to watch. So it's like really cool to like mix in a lot of players with a lot of like the old guard and like the big names.
Okay, we are in loading screen now, and yeah, I do like seeing Crazy Cat around, but there are still a lot of big names to be looking out for. Like Basso Skills is in here as well, and Chunnington, who yesterday was also kind of giving me a little bit of a scare with his scores. But yeah, cool. They're looking good.
Let's see, do we get to start off the first game with a crazy encounter? Do we get our loot sub, our emblems, now that we've got encounters back? We had one patch of no encounters. It's kind of fun. Now we get all the crazy stuff again.
Yeah, I'm personally looking forward to maybe an Ornn artifact. I feel like it's always so interesting to see these players play around, like, what if you roll a subpar artifact, and how do you play around that, and how do you salvage placements? Especially during a patch like this, where I think it's a little bit less skill expressive, but like you somehow like need to squeeze out those placements, if you are going for like that day 3 spot.
I feel like the Ornn artifact one too, with it being on 3/3, just like, I don't know what your opinions are, but it feels so weird to me because it's like you've already like committed to a line there most of the time. Like I feel like at least 6 out of the 8 players probably already know what they're playing. And so like it's kind of hard to stay open based off that anvil, and it just feels like one of those like lottery type things where it's like hit or miss. Like, does this work with what you're already playing? If not, do you try and pivot to something else? Or like, does it, I feel like it tends to have more players like more willing to sack stage 2. You like even more emphasize on that time breaker, that primordian, just see if you can just lost streak into something. I think it helps anima players a lot. But like I think it changes your stage 2 a lot to stay open.
Yeah.
Unless you just want to like play the lottery and be like, oh, this is my line, I hope I get an artifact that works.
Yeah, maybe this is a hot take, but I do like it when players keep it fairly open in stage 2. I know some folks are just like, oh, you commit to a 2-1 line and you just like stick with the execution, and that kind of takes away from the fun of TFT where you build around what you got. Um, so that's why I enjoy seeing like if someone pops a 3-3 artifact and it's not really like the line that they chose to take initially, like how do they pivot around that? And I think that's a little bit of like the skill expression part of TFT coming out that is like baked into the game for those encounters.
Yeah, I can agree with that too. I think it's my part is it's like you're already through 2 augments by the time you see that. So it's like hard to like also keep it fully open with 2 augments to go for it. But I think there definitely is, like you said, a lot of skill expression there to see whether it is or not. And like yeah, and then it's just like I don't know, I feel like if it was 3-1, it would change a lot if you had the option before your second.
That's a good point.
But I think too, it's also just like a meta thing right now. I think as the meta like balances out more, so that you can be open to more lines, like it becomes a lot easier to do that.
Yeah.
So hopefully, you know, as these patches go on, once we get to Worlds, it's like yes, we can keep everything open. Flex play is real.
The flex play hope is not dead. Keeping it
Flex play
alive.
hope will never die.
Never dies.
As everyone argues what flex play actually means. Looks like we have Boar Stargazer here too. I don't know. What are your opinions on Boar Stargazer?
I usually never play Stargazer when it's not either Serpent or Medallion or Mountain. But this could be a good option if you have like a snowbally spot where you don't have a Primordian opener or a Timebreaker opener, and it's like your alternate econ gen engine. But for like the late game board, I don't think it's like ever a viable option, considering like how high caliber these players are and how adept they are at like building a very strong late game board with the resources that they have.
Yeah, agreed. I think Boar is definitely where it's like very, very lobby dependent and what your opener is. Like if you hit a Jax 2, it's like okay, it's playable. But if not, it's like okay, does this really count as an econ like trait if I don't have a Jax 2 to survive these other boards? Unless you're like in some of those lobbies that are kind of full open, which we saw a lot in the first patch, but I think players have definitely like backed off of that a lot with the changes to Timebreaker and just the Primordian being stronger early. So
Yeah.
I feel like it's kind of hard to see that angle now, to be able to play Boar a lot early.
Definitely. Ooh, Precedent going with the
Solo leveling Briar.
with Briar 2. That is scary.
It's definitely one of the better units you can get, and then just slamming the Stone Plate too, where this unit will be quite difficult to kill.
Oh, definitely. Looks like Crazy Cat has a Leona too, but no Arbiter. I wonder if he's still keeping that Arbiter line open. Looks like there's an Alawi on bench. A lot of 1 cost. Does
Yeah,
have
it's
a
definitely
Quincy,
one. Yeah, it does have Salvage Bin though, so I don't imagine those, like, normally you're not slamming, Rage Blade Archangels, so I feel like there's definitely, like, those will change very soon, I think.
Yeah.
But definitely good slams for early. Pike 2 without, like, an augment giving that is kind of crazy.
Definitely. We are holding on to those Nasuses. I guess like we're just making 10 and like holding on to the Vanguard units as much as possible for a strong frontline to scale that Archangels and Guinsoo, especially in the early game. But yeah, Sojin with a Marauder spat from his Legion of Threes. I wonder what he's gonna play from this spot.
I feel like that's definitely got to be one of the better spats on the current meta that you can get with how strong like the Yi line is. And the Marauder, if I'm not mistaken, is the one that you can just farm infinite gold off, correct?
I think
Or is that
so.
the armor shred one?
I think it's the gold one.
It's one of
Yeah,
the two. It's either Armor Shred or it's Gold. And I think it's the Gold one. Which, in this meta, just to be able to get to Yi even faster, and to be able to roll down before some of these other players, because it's probably the most contested line right now.
Yeah, definitely. Changshin Li, very rich. 43 gold saying on 2-3. Just like, this looks like a super comfortable spot. Like, we're holding the Primordians on bench in case we can get that 3 Primordian online. If we get the Millia, we can just start farming rerolls and just lost streaking stage 2. Just gotta hope that our 3-2 is not a prismatic, but the chances are fairly low still, so I won't be like sweating too hard over that personally. Yeah, this spot looking very, very solid, especially if we're just going for that fast 8 like Master Yi or Riven Corky board that we were talking about.
Yeah, I definitely think Advanced Loan is one of those ones that's underrated because it's just like, it's so much gold. And yes, there's that downside if like stage 2 could be a prismatic. Odds are it's a gold and like you're fine, but it just feels bad when you do hit that, oh, I have a gold, everyone else has that prismatic power spike there, but it can definitely work out. I think it's really good for like reroll type stuff too. If you're looking for that 3-5 roll down, you just have so much gold.
Yeah, definitely. I just saw Tunington level to 5 and then lose. That feels super, super bad. Now we're just behind on
level
econ.
and lose.
Yeah, level and lose. Classic.
I feel like that's the core special. That's what I every time. I'll be on a 10 streak and I'll level to be like, yes, I'll maintain this. Wait, how did I lose that?
Yeah. Just unlucky, go next.
Yeah. I'm curious to see in like this high level like tournament format what these players take more often when it comes to these gods. Because like I think it's one of those that like the Varus I think is the better one of the two between Varus and Soraka, like in general, especially on ladder. But sometimes like getting these multiple tacticians health ones for Soraka like can just straight up just save you 3-4 positions. So I think depending on what your points are in the standings affects what you want from that boon there so much. Like I think that the gods are one of like the really interesting mechanics of this set from like a more competitive standpoint in that manner. There are some issues with it, but I feel like it adds a lot of like another level of depth to it that you don't see in other sets.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a new way of like, or a new dimension of TFT decision making in that you need to consider which boon you're getting as well as which item you're getting and also the champion. So there's a lot of separate choices you need to make in that same stage, but I would like to see, like, I know they said they're introducing more gods later into the set, but considering how fast or like how stale this meta seems to get pretty quickly this early on in the set, I would like to see those introduced a little bit earlier on, just personally.
Yeah, same. I mean, it feels like they're like they recognize they're making the changes to like improve those spots. So hopefully we see them. It is also a shorter set. This set in general is one pot shorter than most. So there's like less time to make those changes. So I'm really glad that like they're making these big swings early to get it in a better spot quicker to like, especially as we come up to like regionals and worlds, that'll be 2 weeks sooner than we're used to.
Yep.
So to just really get at that spot, make the big swings now and then make the small balance changes leading up to it. Yeah, more gods definitely would be nice. I like next patch they're moving like the items off of the god boon decision, so it's not just like, oh well, I really need a bow here, so like I have to take this one and I don't feel like I can make that decision. Whereas decoupling that, it's like, okay, sweet, I can like make the decision of which of these is actually best for me. Be able to do like it feels like similar to me, the cyber hacks, like a lot of those decisions, especially these ones where it's like, oh, if 5 people take this, you all get this. So the Evelyn ones, hey, every other person that also takes this gold, you're gonna lose health. Like those are some of like all those like split decisions from the hacks for like my favorite. So like that is something I'm really glad to see back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm seeing a couple of very premium spots here from Precedent, who unsurprisingly 5-streaked off of the solo leveling Briar, and also Millennium Fox with the Triforce Augment and still win-streaking with that Pike too. I think he's definitely going for that Master E line, you know, fast 8, the same stuff. And then Precedent with a little bit more flexibility, slamming the Gunblade. I wonder what that's going to go on later on. But yeah, they're like sitting pretty comfortably at 100 HP.
And we get the matchup right here, which is perfect. See which one of these two is actually strong here. Precedent actually went all the way up to level 7 for this fight.
Yeah.
I mean, getting all that extra XP from solo leveling and being able to save gold on the bench makes that a lot easier for him to do. But even then, it's still not enough. This Pike right now just looks like a monster.
Oh yeah.
And the Aurora 3 also on the backline just to back it up even more.
Roll the dice, Precedent. Roll it.
Always Gamba. We have to roll.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't talking for a while because I was trying to figure out where I could get rid of this echo, and I found it. So we should be good now. I will be
Nice.
present.
Ooh,
It's interesting to see slamming picked because I feel like have not seen slamming a lot at all this set with the nerfs to it not giving that item anymore.
Yeah.
And with already having like the extra from solo leveling, like I'm really curious to see what Precedent ends up playing because like these items like I'm not sure what this is supposed to be with Steric's Gunblade is not
Yeah,
something you typically see together.
For sure. My bet's on a fast 9 like Fiora Vex build. Because he's already level 7, sitting on 50 gold. He's going to lose this one, but like feel like he will have enough HP to go 9 on like 4-5 and then roll down for that Fiora too.
Yeah,
And then
that
he's
makes a lot of
just gonna be
sense.
super strong.
It's just definitely like sack the rest of stage 3 to be able to go fast 9.
Yeah.
And play for that Fiora Vex. Yeah, I can see that. Look, I think that's where like I said, don't see slamming a whole lot, but I think in that spot with that in mind, I think that does make a lot of sense there.
Funk. It's like one of my favorite
The beach
little
day
weapons.
sonk. Yeah.
Yes.
You can never go wrong with any of the chonks, but there definitely are some better than others. And this is one of them.
Yeah. I like this one and also the Drip Drummer chunk with
Oh,
like
yeah,
the cool hoodie.
Like the
So, like
Lunar
almost
Beast
like
one,
Imperial.
Ooh,
That's a good
yeah,
one
that
too.
was a good
Little-
one. Yeah.
nose thing, and yeah.
I like the ones they did for the Paris Open too. I forget the name of that one. The
Oh,
French one.
Artiste!
Yeah.
Yeah, I use that
Artiste.
one.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a bunch of those little charms still that I got from the Paris
From
Open Artist
Paris
Alley.
Open.
Yeah, because there was
cool.
like little acrylic charms and stuff, so I just had to. There's a really gorgeous one, and so now I put them on my TCG bag for Riftbound.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Little guys
Also something
hanging
I
out.
forgot to mention during the augment, Chengshidli got really lucky there at not being the prismatic. I mean, odds were that it wouldn't be, but being able to like not have one of those where you look at the rest of the lobby and be up a prismatic over you over your gold from that advanced loan,
Yeah.
I think is really like something like you want to see whenever you take that like risk there.
Yeah, definitely.
Then I forget which one is this silver augment? Glass
Glass
cannon.
cannon.
Okay. Yeah, that's something I was
Pretty
not
solid.
familiar with the icon.
Yeah. That's a really interesting board. I don't think I've ever seen that played. It's a 4 replicated Lysandra 3, if I saw that correctly.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen anyone put 4 replicators on their board.
Yeah.
As somebody that's played a lot of Lulu, I've tried to, play some variations with 4 replicator, and every time I'm just like, it just does not feel good. So it's really interesting to see that.
Yeah, I also wonder what Crazy Cat's Arbiter is.
As something with their mana.
Spend
Oh,
mana
I
to
see.
gain mana.
Yep.
I think that's definitely one of the that's one of the better Zoe ones. So that's like what you see here, playing playing for the Zoe over the Teemo. There's the slight variations in the lines. Because with that conduit, that Zoe gets so much more mana. So it's like, oh, it's only 10 mana back out of the 50. It's quite a bit more when you factor in the conduit, and the Zoe will almost permacast.
Mm. Yeah, that makes sense. It also feels a little bit bad if you don't get a like a stacking HP one, because that Leona does really matter in the late game, but Zoe 2, even if you don't get to Zoe 3, it pumps out a deceptive amount of damage, I found.
Yeah, it's definitely something with having played a lot of 4v4 recently. I've definitely seen Zoe pop off a lot more than when Teemo is really contested and everyone's
Yeah.
griefing Teemo players. Sometimes it's just like, oh, well, this Zoe just pops off anyways.
Soju Spot's looking a little scary, considering he only has like 2-3 lives to play around, depending on how bad his losses are. So
Yeah, and it looks like just finished rolling down, being at 20 gold at Krugs here, or Gromps, whatever these ones are called now, whatever these alien-looking things. But he does have Yi pair, which is huge. But it's a matter
Yi
of,
pair
can
is
he
great.
find the third Yi with... That's incredibly helpful when this
Yeah,
low
the
on
gold.
gold.
Come on, you can do it, Soju. Find the Yi.
Oh no.
This feels really bad.
I mean, it's hitting all the other upgrades, but not having the Yi is pretty rough. But having that Marauder spot, able to play the 4 Marauder at this point, has solid Yi items, has a fully itemized Kindred, even though they're both 1-star. This board looks pretty good. I think the only other issue, besides not hitting the 2-stars of course, doesn't have any tank items.
Yeah.
Well, hitting the Tom Kench 2 is actually, I feel like, even bigger than hitting the Yi potentially, because having no tank items on 1-cost bruisers, they're just gonna get melted, and then the Yi will get focused down. Let's say Yi 1 will still pump out damage, and this Tom Kench 2 will hold out for
Ooh.
so much longer.
Do we ever get tempted by reinforcements here just to guarantee that Yi or that Kindred?
Oh, we
I
just
don't
snap
think so,
picture
because you
through.
only need 1. If it was older reinforcement when it gave 12 gold, I could see it just for the gold. And then oh, if you hit Yi, you can sell the 2 extra Yis to get that gold back, so it's to be able to hit the other ones. But I think when you're already on the pair, it's definitely feels hard to take. Chunnington with a Nard 3. I wonder if that's what he got from the booster pack while already playing this line, or if it was actually had those picked up along the way. I feel like Shirley wasn't actively trying to build Nard 3.
It has to be from the booster pack. I've gotten random 1-cost 3-stars from my booster pack, just randomly, and I'm like, oh great, I got a random 3-star Teemo instead of 4-cost that I could have used.
Yeah. And then you just sell it instantly, and oh well, there's however much gold that is.
Yeah, it's there's my 9 gold or whatever. Yeah, Precedent rolling down 70 gold on level 9. It's 4-3. Graves too. That's the Yi that Soju was looking for.
Yeah, that's gonna make that a lot more difficult there. Hitting all of the upgrades, even with some of these taken out, like this Tom Kench, doesn't go for it, actually takes it out, so throws it back in the pool for the Elders.
I am a Shen enjoyer here.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it makes a lot of sense on this board, being level 9 already. Hitting Graves 2, Master Yi 2, Blitz 2. So now it's a matter of just like, didn't hit the Vex, which we thought was maybe playing for it, but I think the only Vex item here is even the Gunblade. So like, there's no other items here you want on the Vex. So I think this honestly kind of looks better anyways.
Yeah, I agree. The Yi 2 Graves 2 is definitely gonna just like pump out a lot of DPS, and seems like he has a pretty solid frontline already, so I guess he just
Yeah.
teleports to 10 and
I'm
fills
curious
his
to
board
see
with Bard
what Graves upgrades ends up taking.
Yeah, I actually don't know what the best grade upgrades are. But it's been fun to see like the different variations that people take depending on like their itemization or like their board states.
I saw a little bit of the European Cup this morning, watching Frodan's, and I saw one of the nastiest grave builds I've seen.
Ooh.
It was a Dark Star spec Graves with Malware Matrix,
Oh my
and-
goodness.
and then had the with Malware, since it does the like shred on every hit, went for like all the buckshot upgrades to shoot even more pellets, and then the choke one to shoot them all at one unit, and it just, one of these like big Leonas, it just melted through in like 3 autos, because every single auto would lower the Leona's armor by like 40. And so
That is
tanks
insane.
just could not exist against this Graves, and this Graves just ran over the entire lobby, melted everything, and then getting through to the point of, I forget what it is, I think it's melt through, whatever, the one that would then also shoot the target behind it. So it's just every auto, it's just killing 2 units. If they have any resistances, it's like, okay, now you don't, I'll kill you next auto. And just, this Graves unit scares me so much. I don't like playing it. I feel like I'm never in the spot. I get it early and I'm like, oh, I don't have the items. I'm worried. I don't know what the best like angle is to go here. And then I see stuff like that. I'm like, okay, this is the best unit in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, deleted spot here is interesting. Is that still a Kai'Sa 1? It, like, the health bar looks like it, but...
Yeah, it's weird. It's a Kai'Sa 2, but yeah, the HP bar does look low. It's definitely a Kai'Sa 2 though, because the little silver thing. Yeah, I thought that unit had a bit more HP. It's just so
Yeah.
deceiving, I think, because it's so big from the 6 Dark Star, that it's like, normally you see a unit that big, you're like, oh, it's got a lot like cosmic hexes, good old like cooking pot from the old days or something to like give it a bunch of HP, and then you just go, oh no, it didn't get any HP, it's just big.
And just needs the one more Kai'Sa because it's got the 2 dupes to get it to 3-star.
Oh, true.
That makes sense.
I'm
So
also
he's still
curious
sitting
if,
on... Oh, go ahead.
I was just curious if every single person took Varus for like their 3rd augment there, because something else like I didn't know existed was that Soraka one where you get the shield on the first unit that dies. I've only ever seen that in stage 2. I didn't know you could get that in stage 4, and it just, to me, I feel like that's got to be a useless boon in stage 3. So I'm curious if anyone even took it, because I don't know if I just don't know the strength of it, but I feel like this is a, okay, everyone just clicked Varus, because that was not a great one. And the Varus, like, boon overall is just so much better than the Soraka one.
Yeah. And there's the Kai'Sa 3 that we were talking about.
Definitely has some more HP now.
Yes.
Also, it's interesting to see like more of these Darkstar players without the Darkstar spat, because I feel like that's something like, especially like Kai'Sa there. I feel like for a bit, a lot of people just thought like, well, if you play 6 Darkstar, it's because like you have the spat, you have to go for it, and like it caps that board so much higher. But I feel like I've been seeing a lot more of like the Kai'Sa build around it. Even just like Kai'Sa 2s, putting in a lot of work without a spatula and being able to do well.
Yeah, definitely. Sojin needs this win here. Looks like he'll get it, but I'm just still really scared for his spot right now because he still doesn't have a Master E2. Sitting on a Fiora pair, but not sure if he can find any meaningful upgrades. Like, if he fights Prestivan any time in stage 5, he will just die. Because
Yeah.
this
I mean,
board is
getting the
just...
Fiora, if he can get like a couple wins, like that last one was big, that potentially puts him up to 2 lives with that extra health drain. But I don't know if it's 2 lives when it goes up against Prestivid. That might be 1 life there.
Yeah. And he goes up against the Kaisa 3. This is a little bit scary.
Yeah, because you have to kill these black holes first anyways too, which don't stop you from taking damage, so it like takes longer to kill some of these other units. But this Fiora looks like it's melting through a lot of these units, hasn't been touched yet. It'll probably just teleport to the Kaisa pretty shortly. Still has the GA that hasn't been procced, so even when this Kaisa goes here, like, looking good. +1 HP, or +3 HP.
Yippee!
Yay.
Now is in like that realm of like a safe 2 lives. Like you can see there, went all the way from 4th up to, or from 8th to the 5th place there, passing some of the other people just based off the HP.
Yeah. It's a little bit of anti-synergy with the Soraka boon, but like, we'll take an extra life anytime.
So I feel like it's almost like you get so much health from both of them, getting the 1 extra from Soraka and getting from Fiora, that you can just like gain so much. This Prestivan board is very scary.
My god.
Are we able to check the Graves upgrades?
Yeah, that's like, that's gotta be at least 3 Graves upgrades by now.
How?
Right there. Yep.
Yeah, there you go. We have 3 Graves upgrades.
You should be able to hover them. I think that's what, is that Assault Frame? Is that the choke? Oh, that's Buckshot and then choke. Okay. So that's very similar as to what I was talking about with the one that I saw with Malware, that will be able to shred all them. Doesn't have the Malware, but it looks like still like a solid upgrade path for it. I know people have, I think throughout the entire set, people have definitely changed their minds a lot on what the best Grave setup is. So it's always like one of my favorite things to check to see like what they're doing. So it's like, when I see this unit, what should I actually be angling towards?
There's the Master E2 that we were looking for a stage and a half ago. I mean, still a
This
huge
is one of
upgrade.
those like awkward spots of like, how do you get the Fiora in though? Like, it feels so bad not getting to play this Fiora. But it is stronger. This Master Yi unit does some unheard of thing.
Agreed.
He'll be attacking your tank, and the next thing you know, he's 4 units away on your backline. I feel like that's one of the hardest things in this like current meta right now, is there's so many units that'll like wrap or teleport around on the backline. Like the Master Yis, the Rivens. Oh, we knocked out 3 players there.
Yeah, I forgot where Chunnington was at before we said goodbye.
I didn't expect to say bye to 3 players.
Yeah, was Chunnington also one of our Master U players that just didn't hit?
I
No.
don't think so.
Oh, it
They
was
were
the
our
NAR
board
3?
player. Yeah, they're the NAR 3 double double Stargazer spot. So it's like one of those where it's like, if they could have kept winning, that's a lot of gold from Boar, and it's a lot of stats.
Yeah.
But like in a lobby like this, it's already so strong. It's another reason why I just like don't like Boar. Like it's so hard to beat out these other like cap boards. And I think it's really difficult to position the board because you're forced on the left side, so it's like it's really easy for the Yi to like wrap around. The front lane hexes are kind of weird for it. So I think honestly the part that's keeping board down is just the hexes for it not being the best shape.
That's a good point. Oh, and there goes Choshin Li and Soju. But this Millennium Fox Mastery spot is like this setup is quite something with the Triforce augment and just having
Yeah,
that
this
much
is
shield of Triforce on the Yi.
this is pretty much everything you could ask for from a Yi board. You just need
Yeah.
the Fiora 2 and you're good.
It is nasty.
I was like seeing too in this board, because like this is the standard Yi board, and like you swap out the Akali for some point at Fiora. I'm always curious to see what the pros think on whether is the Fiora 1 better or is getting the crit from the Akali 2 better. But I think the Fiora 2, it's always that one. But
Oh,
Fiora 1
definitely.
versus Akali 2 is definitely like an interesting. I think different players have different takes on which one's better there.
Precedent versus the Ghost board.
Yeah.
Master Yi versus Graves. There's just so much going on, I can't keep track of all the units.
These late game fights are definitely hard to keep track of with all these teleporting units.
Yeah.
Especially if, I don't know, as we see more upgrades for those Graves, like once it gets the, I forget, like the Grav Charge one where it also can teleport. I don't think we're there yet. I imagine that might be next if like they make it 3 more rounds. There is a lot of HP sitting at 45 and 44 HP. Bosso and Prestovant definitely just running this lobby. So we'll see if able to get one more upgrade on this Graves before the game ends, but I could see it not making there.
Yeah, Precedent's already at 10, just need to get the Fiora upgrade and like the Graves is scaling. Basso skills looks like he already has a bar too, and maybe the Gallia needs an upgrade, but like his board is pre-capped at this point.
Yeah, I think there's not much that Bosso skills can do here to be able to outcap Prestovant's board. I mean, Prestovant's already level 10. He'll hit the Fiora eventually. So it's like not much. Like, I think even if Bosso just instantly 2-starred every unit on this board, I think it's not enough.
Yeah, he gotta hit the Miracle 5 Corki shop into into Corki 3, and maybe that's
5
game,
Corkis into a random drop off
Exactly.
a duplicator somewhere somehow. The game bugs out and 7 meeple starts working.
But yeah, as soon as Precedent hit that Graves 2 on his 4-3 roll down on level 9, this game was pretty much set.
Yeah, how often do you see a Graves 2 on 4-3? And you could just see the way these autos work from the Graves, the buckshot choke. Like, it's so many bullets, just it's such like a small line there that it just tears through any unit it hits.
Yeah. He is selling.
He's going for his last
The
chance.
Bard
Does
3.
he hit the Bard? His one option. I don't know that he has the gold for it at level 9. But valiant effort. He knows there's nothing else that's going to be able to beat that board. I like the effort. I like the attempt for it.
Yeah. Who
Really
wins?
well played
3
from
bards?
both of them. Prestovant, this board was insane at 4-3.
Yeah. 3 bards versus a man with a gun. Who wins?
A really big gun at this point.
A really big gun. And there he goes. Preston with a pretty commanding win in his first game. This probably shows like why he was at the top of the leaderboard after day 1. Like he was sitting at 40 points. Like he knows what to play around in this meta. Obviously he can capboard super high and like know the victorious position. So yeah, well played from Precedent, but a little bit unfortunate from our other 3-way contested Master Yi players that we saw this lobby.
Which I think that will definitely not be the last game we see of that today. I definitely think we'll see a lot of 3-way Yi in which player can come out on top, but being able to be in a spot like Prestivance where you're just like, yeah, I don't care about. He even had the Yi 2 before all the other Yi players, and it's like, yeah, this isn't even what I'm trying to play, but it'll get me where I want to be, and it denies all the others. So
Yeah.
just sending all the other Yi players bottom 4, it just makes it where like nobody's going to be able to compete against his board, and just a free road to level 10.
Yeah.
I think our lobby was the last one. I'll check out if we have any scores to review, but we will be staying here.
Okay, I'm curious to see how Weijin did, if Prestivance got the solo lead, or did Weijin also win his game, and they're still both tied for that in that top spot.
I may know.
We shall see.
Officially put in the same lobby.
I feel like this is definitely the lobby to watch. A lot of the fan favorites. We've got our points leader. At least if whether tied or not, Prestivin is one of the points leader. Just like I said, just really well played TFT that game.
Yeah. I did sneak a peek at Weijin's stream. Looks like he's already in game 2, but
Yeah.
we'll see how he plays.
I'm just trying to figure out the best way to bring this in. I've got some options. But I think you'll like what we know, Cora.
I'm really curious what that means.
Oh, because I have it all weird. Okay.
You're just teasing me at this point.
I know, I'm so sorry.
I refuse to pull up the scores now because I can just look, but I feel like that ruins the fun.
No.
I have another tab for it. I just won't look.
I know, you should look because it's taking me forever.
Yeah, we're too far invested now at this point.
Okay.
The edge of your seat.
Oh wait, I have a score sheet command. Heck yeah.
And then after this next game too, the lobbies are all staying the same, and then we're gonna eliminate 8 players. So, we'll go down to 2 lobbies from the 3. So it'll also be once we pull up score sheets, be really interested to see like who's on that bubble, that cutoff. Is there anyone that's like already mathematically out? How many players like fighting for the last couple spots to be able to advance forward? Because I imagine anyone that's like currently in the probably top 5 is like guaranteed day 2 at this point almost. I'll feel like.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, sorry. We're getting there.
Reveal coming soon.
We got time. We're gonna be here for quite a while today. We got 6 games to go through.
True. Okay.
Cue the drum rolls.
Pum 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 pum.
And there we go.
That is quite the lead for Prestivant.
A 4-point lead that pretty much cements his spot in the top 4. As long as he goes like a solid top 4 in the next like 2 to 3 games. And then at second place, Darthnub. It's me, baby. Darthnub Afterworld.
Yes.
And Weijin's still in 4th. So, looks like we have a solid like 4 to 5 folks sitting comfortably at the top. Meanwhile, at the bottom, we have K3 Soji sitting right above the cut line after game 2, so he needs to pull away with at least a top 3 to top 2 for him to continue playing in day 2. And some of our players that we talked about, like Crazy Cat, William Fox, David Ace, in danger of relegation. So we will see what happens this game.
Yeah, I think for the cutoffs here, looking at it, everyone there that's like in that 31 points is probably the ones playing for it. I think Millennium, Fox, and Down being 3 points behind that cutoff, and like all those other players tied there, to like be able to make up that 3-point comeback over like 3-4 other players to be able to get into that spot is going to be really difficult to like. If it was just like, you know, 1 or 2 other players that had to beat there for that spot, a 3-point like is doable, because if one of them goes, you know, bot 2 and you top 2, you're in. But it requires like it requires at least like 3 of those players in that spot to do that. And I think that's really difficult to do when there's only 3 lobbies. So
yeah.
I think it's just a battle for all the 31, 32 pointers of who's going to make it to the next cutoff. And then
Definitely.
I think all of our top 5, as long as, you know, they don't take a like 2 bot 2s, I think all of our top 5 will feeling pretty comfortable right now and allowing them to just play a comfortable game. Prestevant, he can play whatever he wants at this point. So I think he has a 12-point lead, I think I saw, over 8th place. So what is it, after game 4 today, the top 4 advance. So he's just got to be in the top 4 after 3 games, and that's, I mean, gonna be difficult for him to not do. So
yeah, I'm ready
I think
for some
going first in
reroll.
that last game is Prestevant, and then seeing Weijin, you know, drop about a bit down to like feel like you have that safe spot and like kind of have that huge gap is where definitely like I think you see an interesting augment. You can like be willing to test something one of these games. So I don't know if he's quite the player to do that and just like, oh yeah, this like could work. Let's see if like into this like high stakes lobby if it'll count or not. But it'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, really looking at that 2-1 augment choice here. I wonder if it's just treasure hunt and just go for a reroll line, or if he wants to tempo and take birthday reunion or warpath. 2 very different paths that he could take here.
Yeah, I think warpath to me is always very scary. It always feels like one of those
Yeah.
where you get to 70 player damage and then you just don't have enough like backing you up to be able to get it. So I like the birthday reunion a lot more. I think it adds that tempo easier without like the risk of like missing from warpath.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see from Soju's what his worth the weight is. And then Huntington, what like if slam that spat. I think those are, looking at all the augments on the right side, I think those are the ones that are like pretty interesting here to see what they landed on.
Yeah. How happy are we to see the Meepsy from the birthday present on 2-1 compared to the other 2 casts?
I feel like depending on what your other units there, it's definitely one of those like hitting the early like Shepherd package, like this Meepsy is like a really hard unit to kill, can give you an extra unit. So I feel like I think it's on the higher end. Soju getting Aatrox from worth the weight, I feel like is probably
That feels
not what
bad.
you want to see.
Yeah, definitely not worth the wait.
There's a lot of good units you could hit. You know, you could hit the Leona, the Teemo, one of the Primordians. Like, there's just a lot that you could play around the rerolls. You get the Aatrox and you're like, what do I do now? And being one of, I feel like that's, I wonder what his other options were, but being one of those players that is on that bubble to being able to advance to the next game, if that's one of those, like, I think you see different players take different options. Do they take the risk of what if I miss on this worth the wait, or do like or go for it and be like, oh, I get the hit, and then also like play for that top 2, because points are like carried over throughout the whole time. It's not like just enough to just get a points to advance. You kind of want to be in that spot to be able to like, you still want to play for like the top 2, so you start to chip away at the points needed to make the next cutoff and the next cutoff, instead of like playing from behind the entire time. So I know I'm one of those players where like, nope, I'm in that spot. I'm playing for first. If I go 8th there and lose this one, okay, that's fine. I'd rather do that than play 4 more games and still miss.
There.
Yeah.
But I think that's a different mindset for every player, whether they're just like, I want to make my safe cutoff and then I'll feel comfortable to then go for the push even more. But I think a lot of these players recognize where it's just like, no, I'm going to play for every point I can get to go for, like, to be able to chip away. Like, they're not looking at just making the next cutoff. They're looking at how do I make it into the top 8. And Worth the Wait is one of those. If you hit one of the units, you can do it and get that first. And if you miss, we see what happens.
Yeah, at worst it's another econ augment because you can just sell it for a gold, but it's also a pretty solid tempo option. So honestly, like, even if the Aatrox isn't like the greatest unit of all time, I think he can still use this to his advantage, although like what line he takes, it's a little bit out there right now. We'll see where he takes this game in like stage 3.
I think also with it being Thresh, like it makes it even higher value because you see more of the like. You could hit like a Pandora's, you could reroll the units, you could do like.
Yes.
If you get a bunch of the units early, you could like. There's always the pocket recombobulator you can get from the Thresh for the loot, so like it gives you more options too. So I actually respect this option a lot more, knowing that it's Thresh. I think that's one of those where it's like you see it, you're taking like your build-a-buds, you're like different options and like kind of praying for one of the recombobulate type options.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. The pocket recombob can be just like a huge tempo push for Soju if he does hit it. Although I'm not sure if you can hit it on the stage 3 boon still.
I'm pretty sure it's only stage 2. Pandora's is 3-2, but I think the recombobulate, whether the mini recombobulate or the pocket recombobulate, I think both are only stage 2. Ends up going for the Cosmic Hex, which, to be fair, this will be quite a big Aatrox. It'll be stacking the HP from this. It will be 3-star. I forget what I don't know. I've seen it a little bit. I think it's, what is it, the Samira Aatrox board has potential where you go 5 Nova Aatrox, and so it does the whole board-wide knock-up, and you play Samira, so it knocks up all of them, and then Samira shoots every single unit on the board at that time. So like there is some synergy, and I've seen it like once or twice, but it feels like such a like small line. But I'm pretty sure I have seen Soju play it once. I don't know if he'll go that route. I don't think he necessarily has the items with having Morello, but or like, and I don't remember if that was last patch either, before like Samira took a small hit. But I do know that is a tech that I think most players aren't aware of. But I know Soju knows.
That's a good point. Just like scanning this lobby here, a lot of like very aggressive loss streakers or people that are attempting to get that early game value by losing and just like either full opening or having 3 Primordian. Just looks like another TFT game where they're just going for that mastery, Riven Corki. No like standout lines so far from my perspective.
Yeah, like we have Changson here, still has that spatula that has not slammed, so what it becomes. I feel like the default line with spatula right now is that Dark Star spot.
Yeah, we are holding on to the Dark Star unit, so that makes a lot of sense that he's like holding them and maybe going for a 4 Dark Star setup in stage 3.
Yeah, I would guess that's the line. I would also like at this point, since like we haven't slammed, you wait till your 3-2 augment, you see what you get, whether you get emblems, or you see Zed. You see Zed, you have spatula, you make Bruiser Zed, you insta win the game. This Bruiser Zed unit is like the most broken thing ever, so it's like one of those where it's like you just auto win the game at 4-2 if you have it. So it's like at this point, you just wait 1 round. Maybe you'll hit something crazy like that.
That is true, but I'm pretty sure that Bruiser Zed is banned in.
Oh, is it? I would not be surprised.
Yeah, it is bugged. The clones spawn with the original Z HP rather than like the bruiser spat interaction, it's
Yeah.
bugged so that it's a lot more broken.
Yeah,
So
the clones
Soju,
just actually have more HP than the original because of the way like it
yeah.
works.
hmm And Soju actually took bruiser spat yesterday and then took the Zed augment, thinking that he could put bruiser Zed, but then he checked the rule book. He
Oh,
was like,
okay.
no, I can't.
Yeah, I just
And
double
then he
checked
ended up-
too, and it is banned.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, forget everything I said. Unless you're playing ladder, just
Yeah.
take your free LP.
True.
I may have done it twice.
Nice. Alright, have to.
Shout out twice. Shout out Jiho.
Shout out Mina.
Yes.
Or yes.
It's just twice stream now.
Me likey.
Bring it back.
Ooh,
we
do
won the
get
Gamba.
The heads. Yes.
I really like these Gamba augments. I think they just like are just like so fun to do that because I don't think it's like a huge difference between hit or miss. Sometimes it may feel like it, but it's not like you completely miss if you roll tails on some of these. But it does
Yeah.
give that little like dopamine, and we all play TFT. We're all gamblers at heart, so
That is
Gamba.
true.
They took away all our destiny augments, but they did give us more Gamba from some of these in other ways that I think are a bit like more healthy and willing to like take.
Yeah, Crazy Cat rolling down to 10 gold. I guess going for the Lulu line. I'm not too familiar with Lulu. I've only played like 2 or so games on ladder. But Cora, I know you are a Lulu
I am the
enjoyer.
Lulu expert.
Yes.
What do you think about this spot?
I don't really like the 3-2 roll down. Like going down to 10 gold here for this Lulu, for like a Lulu 1, I feel like just looking at the rest of the board, I don't know where our strength is from. Like it was rolling for the Jacks too, but like I feel like there's so many upgrades this board could hit at this point that it's like I feel like you just sack until 3-5 and like then try and either roll down a bit or because I feel like there's people that like a little bit different on whether I've seen people roll at level 6 to be able to upgrade the Jacks and the Milios, and I've seen others that prefer to just go 7 quicker and roll for like Lulu Maokai as like the primary units.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that roll down there if have like more of the pairs and upgrades, but I feel like going down to 10 gold, you're like capping your board at like a 5th. Just from like all the way going, like that feels like such a hard spot to come back from. And it's not even like, yeah, I don't know, what did it have? Radiant Stone Plate, I think?
Radiant, I don't
Or was
think
it
it was
the Radiant
It was either
Protectors?
Yeah, it was Vow or something else, but yeah, it's the Radiant
Yeah.
Vow.
I think like maybe I've had Radiant Mashers for the Lulu, because I think that's like by far the best one you want there. Like maybe I could see rolling down to at least hit 1 Lulu. But yeah, I wouldn't be happy with that spot in my games if I was playing Lulu. Which I've definitely forced
Yeah.
from a lot of bad spots. I feel like this is one of the wiggers. At least hit the Jacks too, but it's just like I think it's also doable on Medallion because being able to hit the Lulu to give you the gold to like make up for that, where like I feel fine rolling deeper on Medallion because it's like, oh, I'll get all the gold back. Hitting that upgrade, hitting a Lulu too, gives me 3 gold per cast, sometimes 4. But yeah, and then deleted over here at 100 HP, just holding, 3 Lulus, 1 in the shop that nobody knows about. So it's like even harder to hit that.
Yeah, still sitting on Lulu 1 and just like insanely poor.
Yeah, it has the double Nashers, but no JG, so it's like they're just discount Shojins. The Lulu can't crits. It's like looking pretty poor right now.
Yeah, that Jax 2 with the Radiant Vow is still going to do a lot in like even early stage 4 because Jax and Leona, in my opinion, are like the two most broken tanks in the game and they're not even forecasts.
Yep.
But it's going to fall off later on. But I did spot Soju's board just briefly. I really like where he's taking this game, just with the Aatrox 3 scaling, 4 Darkstar with the Kaisa. Maybe he's just going for the Darkstar without the Dark Spat and just hoping that maybe he high rolls a Jhin or some sort of 6 Darkstar setup to get him to level 9. Super well
Teemo.
played so far. Teemo!
Yeah, I'm really curious with Soju's if I saw him holding a Samira on the bench, but does also have all those Dark Stars, so it's like maybe keeping one of those lines open. I don't imagine goes into the Samira though, because I don't think had any Orange. I don't think had any of the other units to be able to play for it. But it is interesting because I did see holding that unit there as like a potential. Or it's just like, just buying shop doesn't hurt gold. And it was just coincidental.
The dream's not dead yet. We'll see. What's Precedence Arbiter? The Leona does look big, but it is the max health one. That Leona is going to be huge if he can survive.
Yeah, I'm excited to see at the end of the game how much HP this Leona has.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think of the spot from Soju's, I mean, it's definitely where being at the 100 HP is just tempoing the units it hits. I agree with you, it probably is linking towards just into the Dark Stars, linking towards like hitting the Jhin, playing around like the Jhin Kaisa. Especially with like some of these here. I imagine that's a red buff slam. I don't think has the Storm Hex, but not the anti-heal one. So, which interesting, I wonder if something I'd be really curious. Looking at his 2 god boons, the first one we took the Yasuo got the Cosmic, and then from Thresh we got the Storm X. So I don't know if takes Yasuo as the next one, because Yasuo boon increases the hexes, will it also increase the Storm Hex one? But because it's not technically from Yasuo, and then if that's also the case, do you still get the 10 gold, yet you buff up 3 hexes? I'm really curious how that interaction works, because I don't know what the actual answer is.
Yeah, I think you don't get the 10 gold, but it counts per hex on your board, so
Okay.
the hexes do get buffed.
Okay. I mean, we'll see if he ends up picking the Yasuo to see if that happens, but may just end up going with the Thresh.
That is true. Ooh,
Oh, we end with a Prismatic. So, double Prismatic game. See, Crazy Cat instantly took the Commerce Core, so definitely we'll be doing a lot of rolling to see what they hit. I saw Jax 3, so...
Ooh, 4 Timebreaker.
Yeah, I think...
Crazy Cat still Lulu pair.
Yeah, with the Commerce Core, and it looked like he used all of the rolls and still didn't have Lulu 2. But did finish the Jax 3.
Yeah. That means that Basso, if he can hit the Master Yi, that Radiant Giant Slayer is going to be nasty. But just still sitting on 1, not even a pair. Which does feel a little bit bad, but we'll see how this board goes up against Tunington's setup, who did indeed go for the Dark Star.
I think it's
So
also
quite
a little rough from the Yi spot here, because the Giant Slayer, like the Radiant Giant Slayer, is incredible for the Yi. But looking at his items, he doesn't really have the other items for it. Doesn't have Edge of Night components at all. We're sitting on 2 tiers. It does have a Roa Forger, so, and has half a QSS, but it's like you need 3 items there to be able to hit the other Yi items, because you really, really want like the QSS and the Edge of Night. That's one of those where like I'm looking at it and I'm just full reforging blue buff and a bow and just praying.
We did a 2-star Lulu.
Let's go!
We did it at 4-3.
He did it!
I mean, his HP is looking pretty good. So like and has the free rerolls every turn from Karma's Core. Like, I imagine we'll hit in time. We'll have to econ up a little bit, but I think it's very, very doable and can make that comeback. Not even
Yeah.
comeback, he's in second, but it feels like a comeback having been like what looked like a really not great board at 3-2 and being down to 10 gold.
Yeah, 100%. That Commerce Core just might have been like a game saver for.
I think that's by far the best
Crazy
thing could
Cat.
have seen there.
Yes. Agreed. Oh my god. The Jax unit is a little bit unreasonable, as you can see here. Like, how is it tanking so much? I do want to take another look at Soju's board after the God Boon because it looks like he pivoted out of Darkstar into more of like a Kindred E setup.
Mhm. It's always hard to tell. Is this Soju's we're looking at right now? Is he 4
Yeah.
Nova? Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I
So
had switched in the middle of the round.
yeah, it's like there's no indicator, but I assumed so. So we have the 4 Nova. I'm curious if ever does get in the 5 since has this Aatrox 3 that we talked about, get the giant board wide knockup, and it'll do some damage because it is an Aatrox 3. We didn't go with like the Samira that I was talking about, but like, I mean, you can't complain about hitting this with hitting the Master E on this board. It
Yeah.
is like the older style of it going into the Novas, but still very strong.
Definitely.
And then he did take the Yasuo as mentioned, so we'll get to see at the end if like the 10 gold does pop out with the boon for sure, which I completely trust you and believe that is, but I'm really curious to see if it does buff the Storm Hags. But I don't know if you
Yeah,
there's even a way to check that.
Sure, I might just be mistaken, but like, just, you know, TFT sometimes works in mysterious ways.
But sometimes
So,
it works
I
how you would
getcha.
expect, and sometimes it
Yeah.
does not.
Yeah, exactly.
That is a scary Vex. We were thinking about could be a
Oh,
scary.
Vex 2!
Oh, that is. Man, some of these level 9 boards where I'm just like, yeah, I never hit these on my roll down. Where's all these
Yeah.
upgrades?
Vex 2, Fiora 2, Morgana 2.
Oh,
And
come
it's
on,
only
one
stage
more roll.
4.
There's
Just-
a Blitz 2 in the next shop.
We have a Graves on the bench, a magical shop there maybe.
Yes. And I love that deleted is just Gamba maxing with the 3 Thresh takes.
I think after the Thresh like buffs in the last patch to like his overall boon, I feel like Thresh is just like one of the best ones. Like it just feels good from a Gamba standpoint, but I feel like just the simply getting the 1 dice roll immediately feels so much better that you get a little bit of
Mhm.
immediate value and start scaling immediately. So it's like it's one of those where it's like, well, if everyone else took Thresh and also scaling, you're gonna get out capped, so you want to take it too. But it's like you need to
Yeah.
be in a strong point to take it, so you don't just die before you scale. But it just like
Mhm.
makes those boards cap so much higher. Also, that is a lot of MR on this Aatrox when there's a lot of like, I feel like we're in more of an AD meta outside of like this Lulu, which we're now up to 6. We've hit
Mhm.
all our other upgrades. So, and then this Lulu is just gonna shred through that MR anyways because Serpent Lulu ability is it does MR shred. I think at 2-star it's 7
Mhm.
MR, and then 3-star will shred 10 MR on each of those, and she's casting 3 times, so it's like one cast you just remove 30 MR from the Aatrox, and then like you're also serpent damage is increasing the damage that you do as magic, so like your entire team is just doing extra magic damage while you remove all their MR. So I think that's like one. That's why one of the reasons like Serpent is one of the better ones. Like typically it's your Serpent, your Medallion, and your Mountain are like the 3 you want to see to be able to play it. So Lulu is one of my favorite units just because of having the different abilities on every single constellation. Like, you get to change how you play the game a bit. It's like really flex, even though it's the same comp.
Yeah.
And we did finally get the JG on there, moved the Shojin over to Emilio.
Yes.
Millennium on the 1 HP, being able to see how far it can last with this Corki. Board looks very strong, so has the potential. And has the Thresh Boon, as most of these players do, that'll be able to scale up.
And
there's
there
our
is the
Lulu
Lulu
3.
3. We hit it!
Yippee!
Now we're just looking, probably we go level 7, play the Rost. We have so many traits there. This Rost unit will give so many resistances and attack speed, make this Lulu cast even more. Just melt through all these. Like, this Lulu will do probably 15k damage in this fight.
Yeah, definitely. Also, it looks like Baso's skill somehow made it out of that item, like subpar component situation with a best in slot E, which
Yeah, I wonder if did full reforge, like, I didn't see a tier there on.
yeah.
Soju rolling down, oh, selling half of his board here to be able to move these units around. Looks like we're going into the Jin Zaya board, the Stargazer snipers out of the Kindred that was playing. I think it's really like this is like what people think of. I feel like more when think of flex play. Like, I think this is kind of like what people want, being able to play around the units that hit, like being able to play that Kindred 2, playing around like what was this early Aatrox, being able to change that board. We were up to 4 Nova, we sell all these out, we pivot into like Jin Zaya. Like, it felt like every few rounds we're playing different units, and I feel like this is what like these high elo players like want and love to see. It's like, it's so fun to watch, to see how it changes every time. But even with all of this MR is being shred down by that Lulu, but this board is just so strong now, and it's so much to cut through. So that was very, very good transition from Soju to be able to swap out the entire back half of his board.
Yeah, just super well piloted. From that 10 win streak tempo spot into knowing when to sack on stage 4 and then just going to 9, knowing that you need to play around like eventually a Jin cap with those AD items, and finally having a board that just looks pretty solid. It just needs to, we just need to see how this will fare up against like the scaling thresh boards, like you said, based on like how good of a boon they get based off the rolls.
I think it's really
And we just
interesting having seen a couple of Master Yis being played as the transition unit, while there's several other people playing it as their main carry.
Yeah.
It's just like, hey, I'm using your unit for now. This is mine now. Well, I'll switch it out later, but it's just like, it slows down the other players. I think it's just interesting as like even just as a 1-star unit, that it's able to carry for so long to get you to this point.
Yeah, and there's like no real downside to it because it is a very good AD item holder. It can get you to that fast 9 spot, and you're denying like what is widely known as the best comp in the game currently to just play around by default. Yeah,
Unless
it's really
you're able to
interesting
be
see.
like deleted here, level 10, all the Thresh boons. We're just like full Gamba, get everything, and like, and then still hit, and then it's like, okay, the reason like Master Yi is considered like the higher cap is because it's so much easier to hit. But like this Vex unit and like this board, all these legendaries, most would consider better, but it's so difficult to hit. And this is like 2 games in a row. We've seen like Prestivant and now deleted to be able to just like hit this board very early. And then Prestivant kind of ending his streak here, going down into 6th place here, but Like I said, he's in such a very like comfortable spot that like it should be perfectly fine and not have to worry about it too much. We'll probably close the
Yeah.
gap that some of the other players might catch up a bit, but I still imagine it'll be top 4 after the next 2 games to be able to advance without having to play all day.
Definitely. We'll see how Darth Nub placed after this game, because he was second place, 4 points behind Prosevent, but like even taking a 6 here, like you said, it's not bad at all. We're rolling down. Morgana 2, not a bad upgrade at all, considering like the team-wide buffs that she has with the damage reduction.
Yeah, especially going up against like this Darkstar board where you're losing some of the armor and AMER from the Jhin, but then being able to get the like Morgana in is kind of like the okay, well it kind of neutralizes that a bit where they each have like a similar upgrade there. So I think that's huge being able to hit that so that it can go into that dark mode more consistently and get and bump up from that 5 to that 10% damage amp.
Yep.
Or damage reduction, not amp. But not quite enough, and it'll be knocked out here, but very close to be able to take down the Darkstar board that is considered also one of like the S tier comps right now. Chunnington being able to take that spot from 2-1, hold on to it for so long, and then go into that Darkstar board.
When we first saw Crazy Cat's position at 2-3, where you're like, oh, it's not, or not a favorable Lulu position, to see him now in a top 4, is that kind of what you were expecting, piloting it so late?
I think if not had hit Commerce Core, it was bot 3 for sure. Being able to hit the Commerce Core, I think able to bail out, hit all of the other upgrades really fast. Like, this board is pretty much capped to Lulu. So it's like where this board should be, and like this board can win in like a normal lobby, but I think also like this Darkstar board is very strong. The Lulu is still like quite a bit stronger. Like it is kind of close, but not close enough. But I don't know if it'll be enough to take down Deleted's level 10 board. So it's one of those like got the good matchup to be able to get into the top 3. So that is a lot of HP to get through both Soju and Deleted. Soju though still here looking for that Jhin 2, but this front line is
Deleted just
pretty
hit
massive. Yeah, it's gonna make it harder for Soju to hit, but I don't think Soju's board can beat Deleted's in general. So it's just a matter of can you take out Crazy Cat soon enough to make sure he doesn't, you know, make some comeback with this Lulu.
Yeah.
But I think either one matching up to
to
Deleted is going to just straight up lose.
Yeah. He will take that second place, which is huge considering he was right at the cutoffs for
a second place should guarantee makes the next cutoff and puts him in a good spot to be able to play for the next one.
Yes.
Yeah, as strong as this Lulu board can be, it's not cutting through a full legendary level 10 board.
Yeah.
But I think you're really happy from that 3-2 spot to be able to pull out a third. Like, I'd be ecstatic for that. I would have been playing for a 5th at best, and to be able to pull out a third is great.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I like how it showed there for some reason on the right. Millennium in 7th pulled out a Ross 2. I was like, that didn't look right.
So from the
Soju hitting the Jhin 2 to like, maybe there's a chance this Aatrox has, I don't know how much HP there. That is a lot. Been stacking up the Cosmic. And hitting, like, that is a lot of MR. It will stall out the Vex a lot, so I think there is a chance here. But, I don't know, the Radiant Giant Slayer is going to make it difficult. And all these Thieves Gloves, all these, like, there's a lot of items over there on Deleted's board on a lot of strong units. But if this Jhin 2 can't do it, there's not a chance, but it's looking like it's going to be able to. This Vex can just not get through that Aatrox fast enough.
Oh, it's gonna be close. Oh my god. That is a
And
huge win for Soju, but
I don't know if Deleted has anything else to upgrade. Because I think everything's
board-
2-star. Like,
everything
all they
is
can get
2-star.
is the next round, get an extra item, get a third item on this Jin. Deleted is also getting the Thresh, so every round is getting slightly stronger, but like, I don't think the Thresh boons at this point are going to be enough to like make up the difference. But the fights are pretty close, so I think it's just going to come down to maybe like, it could be a third Jin item there. And if Soju 2-stars like a Tom Kench will give a little bit more HP, but like these fights seem like they could be on a razor's edge.
Yeah,
That
position is
Aatrox was
also
sitting
going
at
to matter a lot.
5k health also.
5k is a lot.
5k with
but
like 500 MR.
Yeah.
It definitely got melted a lot faster this time, and it looks like we'll be able to take Soju down, going down to the 1 life as we go into stage 7.
yeah, that Nunu ult was huge, just stunning both the Xayah and the Jhin. And that's the downside of taking the Yasuo hexes, right? Because you kind of locked into your positioning, and the enemy team can position around your positioning so that your carries are guaranteed to stun. It's a little bit of a downside, but we'll see how the last couple of fights go. Maybe Soju can pull out a victory.
Yeah, and it would have to be 2 rounds to win, because 1 round's not going to be able to knock out Deleted, so it has to win the next 2 fights. And with how close these fights are, it might not quite be enough. All you can get here is a third Maokai item, like get the Steadfast. I don't think there is anything else here, and I don't think that changes much. You can move all the items around between TK. Let's goes for... I was going to say there's also potential takes the blue buff just for the faster Nunu cast, and a potential second Nunu cast onto the Vex. But definitely just goes for the tankier one to be able to stall out a bit more. And like they have all this MR now, but now with like the Jin 2 over there, like you also need all the armor, so we'll see how this goes. With the Fiora on the Aatrox, I feel like this Aatrox going down faster than like the first fight, but not quite enough here. The Soju's actually able to take down the front line and get to those Vex in time, and 1 unit loss. Like, but these fights can go either way. I feel like this is one of those where there's just a lot of like, it can just come down to fight RNG. Do you get the crits that you need? What are the Thieves' Gloves that Deleted ends up rolling? So it's like, what? I mean, these probably aren't quite the best Thieves' Gloves items you want to see here.
What do you mean? You don't want an attack speed Blitzcrank?
I mean, the attack speed
The
Blitzcrank
last
is
fight
fine.
of the game deciding set.
To be fair, it is actually a Last Whisper, which will help this Jhin to get on the front line. The Last Whisper is like not bad.
That is true.
So, I don't know about the Shen items either, though.
Got a blue Shen.
Hey, maybe it'll get to the true damage faster enough to make the difference. The big Nunu stun onto the backline, though, hit it again. I think it is. I think these fights have just been a Nunu diff of like, when does it get the cast off? Does it get it in the right timing to stall out these units? Well played by both Deleted and Soju to be able to get to like these very strong points. I think Soju played really well from that worth the wait Aatrox. We saw made those pivots multiple times throughout, like showing some like really well like fundamental TFT, and like shows that like one of these players that's been around like from the very beginning, knowing like just how to pivot around some of these units, when there's a strong board, when needing to spike, and to be able to play, to be able to pull out that second by playing 5 different units throughout every time who your main carries are, and slowly pivoting that board and upgrading, which is just like, to me, the most interesting TFT to watch.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Just super whip played by Soju. Also super whip played by his opponent, which took birthday present and then just like tempoed super well into that level 9, and then knowing which augments to take. Those prismatics can offer a little bit more variance than usual, but knowing how to cap around those super strong 2-star 5 cast units, and every fight just coming down to the last hair of like positioning. Can we optimize just a little bit more to get that cast off into the backline?
Those back and forth battles are so fun to watch, to see what very slight adjustments they make, especially if it's like one wins, then the next person wins, and then go back and forth. They both have 40 HP to like play around with and like keep trying to one up each other. Is like, it's just really fun to watch and see. Is like, oh, I get my Gen 2 this turn. Next turn I get Gen 2. Now it's my turn, and back and forth, back and forth. And just like the slight differences. Can I get the new position? Can I juke to do? And when you're in Soju spot, you can't really do much positioning wise to be able to change it with all those Yasuo hexes. So it's like kind of like in Deleted's hands to be able to like make sure how to match up into that and to get the right casts going. But as we take a look at all of our leaderboards here and all the standings as we get these in, and we'll say goodbye to 8 more players.
So it looks like we're saying goodbye to Reddy, Crazy Cat, Changshan Lee, David Ace, Pocky, Millennium Fox, Ego, and Conda. We're seeing a couple of familiar names in the bottom 8 side of the house, but on the flip side, Prestivan, even after taking the 6th, still keeping that first place spot and looking in a pretty solid spot to get the bye after the next 2 games. But Bra who like catching up pretty fast in the point standing wise after snagging a first in that last game, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like both Darthnub and Brabrahu taking like a 3rd and a 1st between those 2 games to be able to close the gap. Kaiwing 2 taking a 2nd and an 8th. Weijin pulling back with a 3rd in that one after the 7th place. Like, these 5 players are all making it really close. So what that big lead that Prestivan had that felt like was like almost guaranteed that top 4, there is potential now that doesn't quite make that top 4 and has to play like the 2 more games. I would still be surprised if Prestivan falls below the top 8 like that with that 10-point lead over that. But like, you really want to be able to just make that top 4, take 2 games off. You can scout your opponents for 2 more games, or you can, you know, walk away, go touch grass for a bit, breathe in some fresh air, and kind of mentally reset for the next day. But being able to like have 2 free games off is, I feel like, a really big advantage.
So here are the next 2 lobbies we can decide, and I can submit, and then we'll kick it off to break just to hang out for a bit.
Sounds
both of these
good.
lobbies look pretty good. I don't know about you. I feel like we haven't seen several of the players in lobby 2 yet. I feel like we've seen a lot of the ones from lobby 1. But I think both these lobbies look pretty good. It's exciting either way.
Yeah, for sure. I would love to see our reigning world champion Darthnub play in lobby 2, since, as Cora said, we haven't watched a lot of these players play their games out, but both of these look pretty exciting, and
I think I'm also biased towards watching the Darthnubs.
Okay, cool. Alright, I'll go ahead and submit that, and then we will see you all in just a few minutes.
Sounds good.
Oh,
Hello.
we're back.
All right, crazy encounter time. We got to get one game of it. I know they don't want it as players, but like, this is the fun. I'm back. You know,
Loot
I can just
sub.
backseat, watch some loot subs, some emblems. Not get annoyed with it.
Oh.
Flashbang.
No, because I hit save on the HUD right when that happened too. Okay.
All right, nothing too exciting, too cost. That's what, like, as a player, I'm like, I'm perfectly happy with this, but
Yeah.
we'll get one crazy game today, I believe. But thankfully, I've not had a single loot sub game since encounters have come back. I've been quite happy about that. I have had back-to-back emblem encounter though, and that was not fun.
Will we get a health arbiter this game?
Didn't look like we had a health one.
Yeah.
See
Just
what
takes
they-
it out.
Okay,
gold.
so it was the gold one. That's what I figured probably would go into gold. I think, which cause did they take? I know the effect was gold, but I didn't see what the cause was.
I think it was drops below 40% health.
Okay.
Yep.
Mhm.
Oh, we made 10.
Just selling everything.
And then we saw it was Medallion. So Medallion, I think, is one of the... But I think Medallion 2 has one of those where there's a lot of different ways you can play the Stargazer line. There's, you know, the TF line that was terrorizing patch 1. But I think there's also Lulu variants that you can play in that line too. I don't know if... I feel like I've only really seen Dasic play it, but there's an MF Lulu version that I think is only good in Medallion. I think other players have different takes on it, but I think being able to get all that extra gold, it plays 5 3-cost units, but if you hit the Lulu, you can hit all this gold, and I think it's one of the highest possible caps, but it is one of the riskier ones, because if you don't hit the Lulu 3, you don't have the gold to go for it. So, but it is just like an insane board, and it's the only board I know of that plays MF, so it'd be cool to see.
Yeah. Risky moves from Darth Neb. Makes sense considering, like, the strong upgrades that we have so far in 3 Rogue, but still a little bit risky considering, like, the negative 20 health that you get, because health is a very, very important resource, especially in this patch.
Yeah, I'm wondering what line decides to play from risky moves, because I'm not sure what is like the best way to do it. Is it one of those where it's like, because 3-cost reroll isn't all that much right now, and I personally like it as a 3-cost reroll because it's like you can sack some of the early rounds and get like a bunch of gold for a 3-5 roll down, but you can also just, I think the better way to play it is just have a strong board, see if you can win as long as you can to like offset that HP loss, get that ton of gold, and then do like a level 8 roll down for Yi. I think is probably the best way to end up going for it. So
Yeah,
we'll
definitely.
see where it ends up going.
Yeah, I would
Jersey with
agree
the
with that.
NAR 2 from the augment and then instantly does not want it.
Just 5 gold. We made 10. That's all that matters, right?
Yeah, and we'll see if it makes 20. I doubt it. Does have on the bench though. But
I
if
don't
looking to
think
play the
so.
TF version, you want to keep all these Caitlyn's, the Aatrox, and we see as rearranges the bench, definitely looks like we'll like play towards that line.
Yeah, they're all like super strong pairs to hold. Even if it's not the Stargazer line, like a Briar 2, you know, just playing into early Primordians. It's always a good place to be in stage 2.
Yeah, you hit that Belveth and you look around and other people aren't trying to play the Briar line. Always an option there. You're not like invested in anything. You have 3 different lines open, it feels like.
Yep. Wigwag with the malware matrix. Looks like with a Kraken.
Oh,
This
and
looks like
having the
kind of
Primordian package, yeah, being able to full swap to that with the malware definitely looks like this will be one of our Yi players.
yeah, pretty solid E spot, especially with that psionic item. Sometimes you don't roll malware matrix and you're a little bit sad because now you need to fill up your U with 3 normal items. But we'll see how many ways contested E is this game.
I feel like the malware too is also where it's like, I feel like a lot of times you see them not even put it on the Yi and it goes towards like the Fiora. They actually like the 3 normal items better. But like that also requires the Fiora. I think the bigger part of it is like, oh, you have the 3 items sooner and then it's able to move later. And as we see here, we got Yasuo Ari as our gods for this game. We get to see more hexes once again. And then just the Ari standard, hey, here's some more golden XP, here's some rerolls throughout the game to be able to like be one of those players that is looking for like these level 8 boards. And it looks like they hit the breakpoint there where there's 5 of them right there, all got the 1 extra gold. So everyone enjoying the Ari and knowing it doesn't lock you into a positioning battle based off your hexes.
Yeah, me first or eighth, one of our players that has that 3 Primordian spot. We probably don't take the Briar upgrade just because if we are already on a 3 loss, we want to guarantee that we make it to the 5 loss and continue our econ advantage.
Yeah, and as we see buys it after the round starts, buys 2 of them so that on the next round, I think that's huge having both of them that you're able to do this because on the next round you can pick up like another like 1 cost no synergy unit to play as like the 4th one. You can replace the Briar 2 with a Briar 1, still keeps a Primordian. You don't have to worry about having a Briar 2 in. So I think really well played to be able to like keep the streak there, recognize that like, hey, there's 2 Briars here. I don't have to risk like hitting it. I thought that we were still looking at board and it's like, oh, and just hit even more of them. But no, we're back over onto Dartha's board being able to now get the 3 Primordians. I imagine probably just keeps the Talon too, being on 4 streak. Like you don't want to sack the rounds. You want to stay at this 80 HP from the risky moves and be able to like maintain that to be able to push towards wherever end up going. I think it's one of those, how many other Yi players is that the angle you like? I think with Stridebreaker you would prefer more of the like Corki Riven because I think that's a fantastic Corki item. But you just kind of play whatever you hit.
Yeah, I would agree with that, especially with their early rogue board. It's easy to pivot around. Feels really bad losing that 4 streak potentially.
The classic
gonna be
level and
close.
loss. If this Kaisa cast can kill,
Oh,
okay, that's huge.
that is
It's the
huge.
level and win deleted with the level and lose. But that's such a big win for Darthnub to keep that streak going, being down the 20 HP. And I think like Az gets that extra, what is it, 20, 30 gold? I forget how risky moves, how much it even is now. But to be able to get all of that in the next stage, yeah, 30
It's
gold.
30 gold. That's
So,
huge.
and then being able to, I think one of the, like being able to pivot between the Yi and Riven because they don't have a whole lot of overlap in units, but they can overlap on a lot of the items. So like being able to flex and have the gold to be able to like buy both units from both boards and see which one you hit the upgrades, I think is like such a luxury to be able to have. Whether he does that or not, I think that's like a really good angle to play for when you are kind of that far ahead in the econ and have like the health to spare, because even though we lost 20, we're still in 5th place in HP because we haven't lost a round yet. You know what else I want to see today? I want to see a Diana game. I know Prestivant played one yesterday. I didn't get to see it. I watched, I forget who, somebody played a Diana game in the EU earlier today. It's like one of those you'll see like 1 in every 8 games or something, it feels like. Because you have to hit the absolute perfect setup. But
Yeah.
I feel like the Dyna board is like a really fun one to watch and see which players actually invest in. I know it's not on, that's not what we're playing towards here, but just like seeing the Diana unit remind me is like, that's something that I would love to see today.
Yeah, I saw some Diana MF boards coming out towards the beginning of this patch, but it seems to have just like gone away in ladder as well as people tend to gravitate more towards the meta comps. And JRC instantly taking the dice rolls. Yes, we have more dice rolls.
Gamba, Gamba, Gamba. Oh,
Gamba-
that is
oh,
pretty good.
that is pretty good.
I imagine we buy the Lulu, but maybe is looking to just stay on the TF version of it. I mean, does have 6 Talons already, and having the 5 Caitlyn's, but I feel like you're kind of a bit far off. But like, I don't know. I prefer the Lulu, but this is also really good.
You might be a little bit biased.
Just a bit.
Just a little bit.
Just hit a Riven, you play it with a Talon. I think that's the better version of the board that like caps higher, but it is also like the riskier board because requires you hitting Riven on 7, and it can be a contested unit, but if nobody's playing the Corky Riven, you can hit it for free still. But yeah, I mean, this is also just a pretty safe board from the spot being able to play the medallions, but I think it just doesn't cap quite as high. So we'll see. It's doing well for now, and that's all that matters at the moment. And Darthnub with the 20 gold coming in, being able to go level 7, still hitting the 50 gold breakpoint, and just be able to chill. And like I said, we have Rageblade and Guardbreaker, Stridebreaker. I always forget which one it is. It's both of them. And being able to like good kindred items if we play the kindred Yi. I think the Rageblade is not as good for like Corky, so like maybe not that line, but being able to just continue to slam to try and be able to save as much HP. We lost our streak in the last round, so it's not about preserving the streak, it's just preserving the HP and using this gold to be able to push even faster. We'll probably be 8 on 4-2 roll down, or 4-1. One unit loss, pretty good. Being able to like get those upgrades. I think that's one where it's just like, yeah, you have the HP to be able to like have the strong board, make this big win. Oh, my favorite. Does everyone split
The
it? How many
greed.
people are gonna take the greed?
We greed always.
I'm one of the players, especially because back when I was in the hacks, it was always a split for me every single time. Because even if like a bunch of other players take it, it's not just about how much gold you yourself get from it. It's denying other players from being able to get it. Because if you don't take it, everyone else gets more gold. So it's just like one of those where it's like, okay, you also take it just to deny gold from the other players. Like if you're in the spot where it's like, even if it's like, I don't necessarily need the gold right now, but if I take it, it might stop somebody else that really does need the gold and lowers their like cap a bit. I feel like I'm one of the players that looks at it more as, oh, it's denying gold. It's not me having the gold.
There's really
I don't
no
know if that
downside.
says something about me as a person or not, but I'm like, no, I need to stop there.
Reminds me of that red button, blue button question going around. Which we won't get into here.
Oh, this one's gonna be a close one. Who in a very, very, very scary spot.
Wait, oh, okay. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, that is not the HP you want to be at. I mean, full lost 9 streak. We're 22 gold or XP pumped into level 8. We'll be level 8 next turn with like, we'll probably be level 8 with 40-50 gold. So it's a matter of what hit. I don't know what you're looking to play with this Lichbane though, as like our artifact.
Yeah, Lichbane with a Last Whisper.
That's so awkward. I don't know what the line is from that. Is it Riven Corki? But like normally with that you want AD Riven. But I imagine she would proc Lichbane a lot. But you want to synergize with the Last Whisper, so it's AD. So I don't know. I don't know who good Lichbane users are in this patch.
Oh, is that an early Sona?
Yeah,
That is
Darkna pivoted
exciting.
to a Kindred for one turn and then switched it over to a Sona.
I think Sona is one of the coolest units this set. I love the mods and I just
Yes.
playing around them, and Sona just as a unit. Sona was my first league main, so I am a little bit biased. But super cool unit whenever she's in a set.
Yeah, I love any of the units that give like essentially a fourth item slot. One of my favorite, I was talking about with some friends the other day, one of my favorite units of like all time was set 14, like God of the Net. Being able to turn
Yes!
any of like your units into like another origin, like slowly over time to be able to get it, to essentially give them a fourth item slot that is a spatula, like gave so much like cool stuff you could do with the board. I think Sona's not quite at that level because it is just like a fourth item and gives like a lot of them are utility focused. But I love being able to like power up one of these units even more. I think that's like, you know, the dopamine sometimes of TFT is like making these ultra powerful units and being able to cheat the system a bit to get like more items or more utility or more just strength onto a unit that you're not normally supposed to have.
Yeah, oh my gosh, this rolldown was brutal for...
Yeah. As we were watching here, Barbara, who did go into like the Corky Riven as like thought we might, but how many pairs are we sitting on here? That's so sad. Having so much gold, being down to hopefully not one life, hopefully your 2 lives, you get an extra chance next turn to roll, which I think he will, but you're down to 1 life. It's close. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll be 1 HP? 2 HP.
Ooh.
2 HP.
Oh, that's
Oof.
rough. With that many pairs on all the big units and like just missing, that is definitely a feels bad. And not getting like the instant gold from many of these to be able to roll, like, yes, malicious is gold, but you need to win the rounds and you're not winning the rounds without the upgrade. So it's like, there's the gold I need, but I can't get it. So we do end up taking the artifact here to be able to like give us a little more strength. Corky 2 is huge.
Okay, Corky 2,
Mech
Mighty
2.
Mech 2 is also huge.
These are some big upgrades. Will it be enough? We'll see.
We need the Poppy in. We don't put the Poppy in.
Yeah, we're missing out on Bastion and the 5 Meeple.
Yeah.
But I think... I mean, Poppy, you can't even get 5 Meeple because it would go over...
Well, there's 2...
Yeah, there's the 2
Oh, there's
Meepsies.
two...
Meepsies. Yeah.
I almost said Daisy. But
Yeah, me too.
Daisy!
Meepsies.
Yeah, that was... I feel like that was a mistake from Brabara. Just like selling the Poppy and realizing it was not on his board.
But it looks like it... Just enough from this
No!
Corky. It was so...
Oh my god!
So
Oh,
close.
that was so close!
If that TF would have, I don't think a 5, it rolled a 5. I don't think it was quite enough. A 9 definitely would have killed. I don't know, a 5 was kind of close though. Okay, I like the being, even though it is a 2 mecha, which for some people, hey, we're not getting the trait, it is a lot of HP on what is our only 2-star frontline unit. So, yeah, so I do really like meching the unit here. Having missed like the Poppy, I think this is like a huge like, this gives so much value because it does get all the extra HP from it. I think the transformability of the mech doesn't really necessarily make it like more tanky, but getting that extra HP will. Especially when you have like this Crown Guard that gives it a lot more. The Soraka Boom that's gonna proc twice and heal it is more. It heals so much itself. So like this is a solid frontline for this Corky 2 to get through.
Yeah, we are winning these fights, but if only we weren't at
We're at
1
3
life.
now.
3 HP.
Yeah.
Where did we get the extra HP from? What do they have?
I think the Soraka, the Divine Artifact.
Oh, that's right. Soraka Artifact gives it. It's like we don't have Soraka Boon, but we do have her artifact, so same thing.
Indeed.
And I don't think he has a hex there for the hitting cryo hex would be huge for it, as something that like makes so much stronger right now. So I imagine that's what ended up taking. I can't tell based off the color. They're all grouped up there which one it was, but I imagine it's the ice hex to like hold this front line for more. Yeah.
Oh, Rammus 2 is huge there.
We still don't have Bastion for this Ramus though. But we are able to get to 5 meeple because we did find a bard from the not carousel.
Yeah.
So I will continue to call it carousel for the rest of the set because we're getting it back next set. I feel like that's one of those habits that's hard to break. I mean, I still call, Edge of Night GA a lot, so like there's a lot of those old items where it's like just hard to break someone's habits as like a set 1 player. So
I still call Attack Crown Fawn. And
yes, same.
Yeah.
It's always
the
fun.
lesser dupes shitter Nikos. So I'm with you there.
What do we call the 1-cost ones now? Because those didn't exist when they were Nico.
That is true. Like, I don't know, ultra shitter Nikos.
Yesterday I was just calling Baby Dupe.
Oh,
Baby Dupes is a good one.
That sounds a lot nicer than ultra shitter dupes.
Yeah, I'm curious. I've never heard like any of like the TFT streamers, Soju or anyone call it. I've never heard a name for it from any of them. Trying to think about it, so I don't know what the meta is for naming the baby dupes. What's our naming meta?
No, we gotta create the naming meta. We lead the trend.
This is Darth of changing from the Soda. We've got over to the Vex. Much better unit holder for these, being able to like go into that level 9 board. Darth being down at that like 1.5 lives, depending on how bad a fight could go, and going into the next stage, it's probably 2 lives 80% of the time, but still like a bit scary there. Like our bottom 3 players are all down there very, very tight. I mean, who's slowly gaining a little bit HP, but I don't know is ever gonna get enough HP to get back to 2 lives anytime soon. So JRC getting a lot of gold there from both the Yasuo boon and some of the gold from the, what do we even call that round? What is it? The God's gifts? What is it? Treasure? I don't know what it's
round,
called.
Yeah, or present round.
I still call it Treasure Dragon. So.
That's fair too. I was calling it that a lot.
I feel bad for some of the players that like have started, like in the modern sets, like post 10 for like some of these names where it's just like, I feel like there's so much of that like lingo for TFT because it's so ingrained from like all us old school players where it's just like, what is a treasure round or treasure dragon? Why are you calling it that? There's no dragon there. Why is it GA? It looks nothing like that. But you'll never take it away from me.
Yeah. Constantly age myself with what I refer to these TFT in games.
It's something when I used to coach a bit, I had to be very cognizant of to like, I need to use the correct names for like newer players because it's like, if I say these names, they're already confused trying to learn some of the new stuff, and it's like, no, like that's not what it is. And like, I try to be more, unlike some of the casts, be like, no, this is it, but definitely slip up sometimes and get the wrong ones. Ooh, Darth Nub with like Graves too. We get to watch more Graves upgrades and see what they build. Especially having the different items here, having a Shojin. Is it like, do you look to go towards like the caster build? It seems like we've seen a trend of these buckshot chokes, if that's what ends up taking, even being like the Shojin item here. So it seems like players are, emergency shielding is one that haven't seen quite as much outside of what used to be What's the one that did the armor and AMER shred for this ult? There's so many names for the Graves upgrades. But yeah, I think it's interesting to see how players adapt to it based off what their items are. And Cambule, who we've not looked at much this game, sitting here with the Yi 2, the Kindred 2, very, very good items across both of these. Is just going to be able to like tear through this board a bit. And JRC on the other side looking for, looks like the Aatrox 3 again to get that slight medallion upgrade. It looks like has enough though to take down Cambules, doesn't need the upgrade there. Being able to hit every other upgrade except for it is enough to get enough damage amp to cut through. Darthna barely getting through with like half HP Vex on the board remaining. Enough to preserve that like potentially extra life. And we see Deleted go out, who just was our winner in the last game, as Brubberbutt continues to streak and go like slightly get that HP back every turn. So who knows? Maybe we'll get to that 2 lives.
Yeah, Brubberbra, who is actually the one that took out Deleted the last round.
Okay. I feel like these Graves, but I'm just watching this Darthna, but I just like love watching Graves to see, like, I want to see how these upgrades do, like what looks better. Cause like we have the buckshot and I feel like every time we've seen the choke, but with this time we just see Graves is just hitting a bunch of different units instead of focus firing all on one. So it kind of like lowers the HP, like all the units around, it's just doing chip damage at everything. But you've got the Vex in the backline that can like also mainly focuses one down unit, but also has some spread around to the others, which kind of synergizes with like that buckshot there. So I think that's also like a cool, like more to look through what these combos are on the Graves to go for. Blah streaks ending here, going out in the 7th. But I think it's hard to say. Like I felt like it was well played from hitting like that low roll down, like sitting on that many pairs, and then to be able to like salvage a streak for so long. And those are always the ones that feels bad, where it's like, you streak so long, you do so much right to be able to like save it all, and then not to be able to get up into like a 5th or something. But he's doing well in our standings, that as long as like top 4 the next game is probably still looking pretty good. This Master Yi unit just going to your backline carries and just deleting them at the start of the fights. This is so hard to position around all these melee carry units right now.
Yeah.
As we say goodbye to Wigwag and Bosso skills.
Because we only have one remover on Cambule's end, like we can't really get the QSS on the Master Yi without selling the Fiora, which feels a little bit bad. Because we did see that previous fight with the Yi being stunned by the Nunu. So maybe a little bit of like early remover usage coming around and biting Cambule in the back here.
He has at least 2 lives, so even if loses this one, where we'll get another remover in the next round that can move some around. Or you high roll a Fiora too, you can move the items first to save a remover. But going out me first or 8th, who's very, very strong Corki Riven board on the other side. Also with the Titanic artifact on the Riven, he's doing a lot of work. Who already can be a unit that can get in the backline with a Titanic, can do some AoE and take down multiple units.
That has got to be true Bis Corki with the the DB and the Guardbreaker just doing so much damage.
Double Guardbreaker gives so much crits. You get extra, like just having the innate precision from the Fate Weaver trait is just gonna take down everything. I think you only get the lucky part of it on crits if you have 4 Fate Weaver, right? So it's not like doubling up on the crit chance, but because if this was 4 Fate Weaver, that's essentially 100% crit with the way lucky works. I remember doing math at the beginning where I'm like, I think it's like a 97% crit with those 2 items. So, but we're not at that point. We're only 2 Fate Weaver, but it's still like enough that like he does so much as a DPS unit that does like a bunch of like small hits. Is like your odds are pretty good of critting on most of them. It stacks it up so fast. blue buff bard just to get the cast out sooner. Maybe steal a few units. Oh, never mind, no bar. Forget everything I said. Ross getting a lot of upgrades there for it though. We see a Darth Nub on the other side coming up against Cambulate at the 1 life. Looks like we did move some of these items around as we got remover. Is that the... Oh, I guess we have the psionic item on. These units are so hard to tell what's what. Is that a Shen?
I think that was a Shen. But
regardless, we say goodbye, but we have Darth Nub over here. Hit the Vex 2. We have quite a few. I don't know what that last upgrade is, what the boots one is on the Graves either. These are all like heavy plating. That's also not one I've seen much. Like very interesting upgrades from Darth Nub. I don't think I've seen like this combo before.
yeah, this like bruiser Graves setup almost that's like adding a little bit of effective tank to his board while the Vex does the majority of like DPS as well as a little bit of like utility with the red buff coming in. That makes a lot of sense, and honestly, like that's the fun of playing that Graves unit, which is like you can adapt based on what you're playing on your board. So
yeah, I really like the combo of those two, but not quite enough. Me first or 8th board looking very strong. Will we? I don't think we have 5 Corkis over there. I don't think we're gonna hit the Corki 3. I don't think it's enough, but would love to see one here. I don't want to see him in my games, but I'm getting to just watch. I love seeing the 3 stars there. Some of these upgrades I've not seen before. Like I don't know what sheer mass is. I'm sure that became from the heavy plating. Like that's like a next upgrade. I'm assuming that's a lot of HP. Reactive armor, I think, is armor and MAR based off the other team. We take the Shockwave, which I also don't know what that one is. Shockwave 4 deals percent HP, max damage, and stuns. The stun sounds huge. Being able to add more of the utility onto that board. It could stop the Riven from flanking around as we watch it dash around like 3 units to get back there onto the Graves.
Yeah, huge ult by the Nunes stunning the Corki, but will it be enough? It looks like the Blitzcrank is surviving, just providing a little bit of extra tank, and this one is going to be for Darth Nub. Again, a nail biter going into stage 6.
Quite the swing in difference, taking what was a 5-unit loss last turn into a 5-unit win. Definitely some big changes there to be able to do it, and we might get one of those games where it's just back and forth again between our top 2.
Yeah,
Edge of Night onto the Graves should help this a lot more. I do remember trying to look at Shen items to figure out like what you're actually supposed to build on this unit. And I'm pretty sure these two, this is actually like this is Bis Shen, which seems weird, but it is in the stats. Because I remember looking at it, I was like, oh, that's interesting. Not what I would have necessarily thought to build, but it gets it to the 3rd cast so fast that you do true damage. It slows the enemy like units through its cast, so it's like, yeah, like we see already, it's got the 1st cast. We're on our 2nd cast. We're about to do the 3rd. It got taken down pretty fast because me first raid's board is really strong there. And looks like Corki might be enough this time. Yeah, it'll get through to just in time. Only a 2-unit win, but that's all you need to be able to knock out Darth Nub and take the 1st.
Yeah, that was a much needed win for me first or 8th, who is currently in 12th place in the standings. But since we are looking at the top 8 for day 3, just like getting those 8 points and making sure that we're in a more comfortable position to maybe play for a top 4 instead of a win, that was massive. And it was like a nail clincher of a lobby where like who is in 3rd currently in the standings, kind of going out in 7th after attempting a 1 life win out. So it's looking very, very close. Do we have maybe the standings to look at, or?
I am. What's up now? Also, sorry, my food got here, so I'll be a little.
Oh, no worries.
I'll be a little muted.
No worries.
We see Prestivant take back the solo lead.
Yes.
Which is weird because all it took was a fifth. Actually, I take that back. Darthnub's gonna pass. Darthnub's score is not in there because Darthnub with the second, which should put him at 57. So in a pretty good lead. I think 57 basically guarantees top 4 for Darthnub, with Wasian in 5th being at 50. So
Yeah.
it's like a less than 5% chance that Darthnub doesn't go through on just the top 4. Prestovent also very, very likely being at that 55. Bravo probably just needs a top 4 and it'll go through. And then it'll be a battle between Kaiwing, Chunnington, and Cambuli for like who gets that 4th spot to be able to skip games 11 and 12.
Yeah, it was a pretty brutal 7th for Wasian. Because if he placed at least like a top 4 in his game, like that would have maybe put him in a safer position for him to get the bye after game 4, but we will see who clinches it after our next game. I will point out that Soju went first in his lobby, which kind of puts him up in the standings for like making it to the final top 8. He needs a good like game 4 and then potentially some safer spots in games 5 and 6, but looks like our players in the bottom half of the standings still trying to like climb up their way into those 8 spots for day 3.
Yeah, I feel like our points have like kind of coalesced in the middle a bit. It feels like with like Deleted going 8th, bringing down to that 46, Soju going first to bring up to 46. So we have this really tight middle of the pack around that 8, 9, a bunch at 46. Me first or 8th, who right now it shows at the bottom, but went first, so that's 8. So it's also one of these 44-point players. We have 5 players there at 44 that are all going to be fighting for those like last couple of spots to get in that 8 between like this show, Shaco, Bosso Skills, JRC, like all kind of fighting that out to be able to push out some of these players that are a bit ahead in the points. Because there is a little bit of that gap there with Cambuli up at the 48. The 46s are like on that edge there. The 48s feel pretty good over the 44s. But there's 3 games left to be able to do it for that top 8. And it should be really, really close. Like I feel like we're going to get nail biter points as it comes down to who advances. We might see some tiebreakers. And I don't think anybody's quite out of it. Besides maybe Wigwug's got a big point gap to make up for, but I think Broseph gets a first. There's a small chance could sneak into. But I think for the others, it's going to be a bloodbath in the middle there of who makes it out in the top 8.
Yeah, for sure.
We are in our lobby already, so we can break and come back if you want when we're back in loading screen, but I'm just chilling. I'm hanging out. I'll be eating in game, so you won't see me. That's pretty much all I've got for right now.
Are we sticking with the same lobby, or are we bouncing over?
We are sticking with the same lobby for this one.
Okay. Sounds good.
Awesome.
Cool. And they're doing ready checks right now. Yippee! But as a reminder to you both and to everyone in chat, you should eat and you should get water. So, water checks for everybody.
Stay hydrated.
Good. Alright, we're getting in.
I feel like these games have gone by pretty fast. We're halfway through.
Yeah.
We're making it there.
Yeah.
I feel like we just started and we're halfway done.
Yeah, I do like how they pretty much just run the 2 games back to back. And the big break is between the reshuffling.
Yeah, and we've done this enough sets now where I feel like they've got it down pretty fast, got a good rhythm. Especially now as we move into like the pro circuit where it's like, you know, we're seeing the same players back in like every few weeks in the tourney, so we're not cycling different players as much. Within a set, it's pretty much all the same. So it's like even the players have all the same rhythm. They know what they're doing. That we're able to like get through these games pretty fast through all these different breaks. Everyone has their, I'm sure there's some people that have their own like, you know, I can't think of the word, but their own like habits they do for each one. I know Robin was one that would go and like get a banana in between each break. I'm sure a bunch of these players have their own like
Like a
how
ritual
they
of
treat
kind.
people. Yes, that's what I was looking for. I don't know. Oh, Poppy Animal. This is one of my favorites. Just getting 2 extra items to start that you can like. You always have a slam in stage 2. I think it's one that always feels good to me. It is one of like the more higher like power like encounters. It's not just a random, you know, 2-cost unit. Like it is more strength onto your board, but it feels like you have more agency over it because it is these anvils to be able to like pick and like get that nice little boost for a little bit stronger stage 2 and be able to like play more toward like what your BIS items are. So this is one of my favorite encounters. It's just like, it's a feels good moment for me.
Yeah, and you can also get a Graves unlock. Shout out set 16. I miss Bilgewater.
I miss just the unlocks in general. Hopefully we get
Yeah,
those
me
back
too.
by like set 19. Because I think that's the earliest we would potentially see it. I don't know if 19's too far along in development. I imagine by 20, like we'll see it in some variation. I don't think we'll ever see unlocks to the same point where it's like extra 40 units, but I could definitely see like an extra 20 units worth of unlocks per set, like being like a standard thing, which I think would be a lot of fun for the game. Starting out with Gold Augment here, there's a lot of variation that you can see in these. We've seen a lot of new ones. I like this Money Hungry as one of the newer econ ones. I think this one is like, I think this is also one of the other econ ones that like feels good because it is like, it's not quite drip econ because it's 7 at the start, but it is also like each round. So it's like pseudo drip econ, which I kind of like.
Yeah. I do like that you can directly get like the 10 gold cutoff because like if you see any like pro TFT player, they always emphasize how important your first 10 gold is to get that econ breakpoint.
Yep.
So in that sense, it definitely feels good to get that 7 gold to get yourself over that pretty quickly.
Yeah, that 7
Ooh,
gold. 7 gold is more like 12.
Yeah.
2 interesting ones. We haven't seen anima, so we get that on Wigwugs. I don't think we've seen any anima today. And then also, I just like seeing on Bosso skills, seeing this lantern take him, because it's one of those where I think it's a fantastic stage 2 augment, like, or artifact. Like, I feel like it's got to be one of the best. It's a lot of stats, especially on like a Leona 2. You're getting a whole extra unit in. However, I feel like in late game, there's not really good pulls for it. So I really want to see what comes into late game, what we end up using it for, unless we get a Reforger and change it, of course. But that is something I've been like really looking out for, of like, what do people pull in with this artifact when they have late game? Because I feel like it's blitz or bust sometimes. Otherwise, like, I don't know what you're supposed to pull in with it. So I hope get to see Bosso skills, you know, make the run to level 9, 10, just so I can see what he pulls in.
Yeah, my read on that item is it's more of like a tempo play than
Yes.
anything because you get that extra unit and like you said, we can always reforge it if we get a reforger, or at worst, it's just another meat shield on your board for your carry to scale. So if you have a strong early game board, it sounds like a pretty solid pickup.
Yep. I'm really curious to see what JRC's psionic items are too, hitting Brawler Psionic emblem, because Brawler Yi is one of those units that does use it a lot better. And you got the psionic, so you can actually play 4. So it's like one of those, it's like, do you have malware as like one of your 4-piece psionics? And because you have the psionic emblem, you can actually play for 4 psionic. Like, you don't have to play some of the lesser units. So it's curious to see if it go that way. But right now we're switching over our board to be able to get in. We found 3 Timebreaker early. We're going to be able to, on the lost streak, be able to farm up some of these. I imagine mostly rerolls. We're not necessarily trying to win, but we'll beat out like the anima player. Speaking of, we're fighting right now. So, hey, +1 XP.
+1 XP. It is a little bit awkward when you only win one round and you're just sitting on an odd amount of XP.
Yeah. Except now in stage 5, you can play it back in again and get 3 XP to just like get rid of the cognitive tax, be able to go back to even.
True.
And then Camule on the other side getting the sniper spat from the back line. I feel like sniper's one of the ones that you don't necessarily want to... We've seen a lot of Thresh today.
A lot of Thresh.
I don't think we've seen
this is
Echo
our first
yet.
Echo.
So,
yeah.
I like seeing what people do with the Echo artifact. It definitely feels like one of those where like you can never go wrong with it on a tank. I know there's some people like Dasic that like really like it on the specialist, like the Asolb, which people aren't playing as much. But also I know Dasic is a big like proponent of putting it on Gnar in like the Xayah board, which you wouldn't necessarily think of because it's like, hey, that's not your main carry. He's just a synergy bot there. But there are some people that are believers in just the specialist, the like rotating stars around does so much damage of it that it's like you can just put it on one of your other secondary units. The units are, I think, were the Asol, Gnar, and the Caitlyn. So even in like a TF board, you can throw it on a Caitlyn to be able to get some of those. Because like it doesn't matter any of the items of what those specialists do. The stars are going to do the same regardless. It doesn't scale with anything. So
yeah, definitely.
I'm curious if we get anyone that does try and experiment with that, or we're just boring and all put it on tank.
Oh, this feels so bad for was it Basso Skills who took the divine artifact?
Yes, the Thresh
We're
Lantern.
now on we're at 2 loss.
Yeah, when this artifact's supposed to be good.
Yeah.
And then, what is our Arbiter? Is there an Arbiter that gives free rerolls? Where did we get the 3 rerolls from?
I think it's Epoch.
Oh, okay. No, because it's not Epoch, because Arbiter...
Oh, it's not...
Or not, had the Thresh Lantern.
Oh, right. Sorry, I got distracted by a 3-star TF popping up on the side from, I think,
Wait, there is a 3-star? I missed that one. That is a very early 3-star. Also, I'm actually assuming that might have come from Thresh Augment. Those 3 free rerolls. If it's... I don't think there's an Arbiter.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh, is there an Arbiter that gives free rerolls? I forget now.
There is, yeah. Okay. It's like a 18%.
Oh, it did come from
chance.
Arbiter because we just got one.
Nice.
It looks like we have a lot of strong boards here, like a lot of different openers here, which is always like good to see. A lot of scuttle puddles going on too. We're seeing some pings come down. On whose board is that? I don't know whose board that is based off the little legend, but definitely a lot of pings coming through. I don't know who the best like sniper holders are. I feel like theoretically Corki should be, but I don't feel like anyone plays sniper Corki because like you could just pair it with the Gnar really easily, but I feel like it's not quite enough damage. I feel like the sniper's fat doesn't give quite enough, like as a damage item itself, and you just kind of use it to boost up one of your other snipers like the Xayah or the Jhin, and not so much for the carry itself. Oh my gosh. Oh, we were all pinging Wigwug's anima board. That's what we were doing to try and get people to grief.
He hasn't fought Me First Raid just yet, but we were seeing Me First Raid trying to position so that they can grief Wigwug's streak, which if he manages to cash out, that's going to be a problem for the lobby. To say the least.
And both Wigwug and Me First or Eighth of the third. Actually, Me First or Eighth isn't 36 points. That thing's lying, right? Didn't he? That was before they added in the last points.
Me for sure 8th, sitting at 35, which is at 12th currently.
Okay. But that is kind of like one of those where, as like Wigwag, I can see like, oh, we cosmic restart. Can we find our? That's one of those where we're level 7. All these rerolls with the anima spat as well. We got anima Darkstar. Darkstar is definitely what you want to see, especially as we hit all these units here. That's a
Yep.
Darkstar Riven probably. I wonder if you probably don't find a way to get anima. You find a way to reforge that, but it's like sitting on the Alawi. But I don't think you put any other unit. You just play full Darkstar, try and streak from here.
Yeah.
And now we get the matchup into Wigwag into the anima. Could have waited one turn
that
after the
must be
cosmic
so
restart
bad.
and not roll. Just have a completely empty board just for the one chance you fight. But we power out. Wigwag's feeling good about that now. Can actually play like a real board that will still lose, but hopefully like kill some units from this point now that you can't really be griefed at this point anymore. It feels like.
Yeah. Wigwag taking, is that Invader Zed?
Yes, anima into Invader Zed. So that's one of those where there are some of these anima. I think the best one is what is the Ice Blast armor is really good on Zed. I'm sure some of the others are, but I think that's like by far the best one for him.
I see. Campuli 7 streaking feels pretty good.
Yeah, 7 streak on the
Like,
medallion board is pretty interesting because medallion Stargazer without any upgrades isn't that much damage amp. I mean, it is team-wide though. It's one of the few that like buffs every unit the same, not just Stargazers. So it is a full team-wide 12% to the board, but like you're lacking the power of rolling from that 3 stars. So we definitely aren't staying in it.
Yeah,
but we'll see
looks
where
like
we
we're
go.
going
We do have
for
the Rogue Spat. I imagine Corky Riven.
Yeah, we're holding the Meeple units on bench. Definitely going for that Corky Riven line with the Rogue Spat.
Yeah, Corky Rogue Corky
Rogue
definitely does a
Corky.
lot of damage. I've seen that that unit just delete boards. How many players do we get with the Gamba this time? And honestly, both of these are kind of Gamba. The Echo getting 2 random 5 costs, you get the ones you want, or do you miss? So it's Gamba either way.
What could it be, as Thresh would say?
And we have our TF3 board that you called out hit TF3 in stage 1, but sitting on Jax. Okay, we hit the Jax upgrade. That's huge because that is Jax is like the real unit for this board that matters.
Yes.
So being able to hit even just the Jax 2, we're a long ways off the Jax 3, but hey, the other units were getting close, so we can start getting that medallion value. I think it was 2 off Aatrox, 1 off Caitlyn. We already have the TF, so that board's going to start spiking real soon, but you would still hope that you're able to hit the Jaxes so that they can stall out long enough for it.
Yeah, definitely. Like, even a Jax 2 with double Gargoyle is going to tank so much more than you expected. And especially since you have that 3-star TF and hopefully soon a 3-star Talon, like, they are going to be a menace to deal with, especially if you don't have a strong front line or if you're not positioned correctly so that the Talon immediately just hops on your backline and blood just spatters everywhere.
Yep. And we'll see next patch as Jax takes his 4th nerf in a row. If it's Wigwag hitting the Battle Bunny crossbow on the Jinx 3 will do a lot of damage. So not like the Ice Blast Hex for like Zed or something, but you're not sad about a Jinx 3 with these items.
Oh, definitely. I almost said the shortened version that a lot of streamers.
That is one I was
said
able
on their
to
stream.
avoid, as we talked about. I'm sure everyone knows already, though.
Yeah.
If you don't know, go watch any TFT streamer.
True.
Yeah, we hit here on Brovahus. We got the Caitlyn this turn too. 2 off the Aatrox, 2 off the Talon. Start getting more. So we're up to the 22% damage amp at the moment. So starting to like make those big increases, and able to like the board like the power curve of that board like continues to go up and up as we hit each upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and me first or 8th reforged that Anima Spat into a Bastion. Very helpful for this Darkstar board. If you're able to like throw in a Shen later with it. And getting that Darkstar Spat that does so much work for like makes so many of these boards like playable. Like being able to Darkstar Zaya or Darkstar Riven do so much damage.
Yeah, definitely.
Bosso's still
I wonder
farming up
what
a lot of these free
Bosso-
rerolls. We're up to 9 from the Arbiter.
Yeah, we do have the LeBlanc, although I don't think we're playing into it long term. The goal probably is to farm up as many rerolls as possible, maybe go 9 on 4-5, maybe 5-1 if we have enough HP to get to that Vex board that we've seen is so powerful and can lead to a lot of victories in the late game.
Yeah. I imagine the only way we're playing a LeBlanc is like because it is our item holder for the Vex and we just completely miss Vex. But that's going to be kind of hard having gotten all those free rerolls. But because the Arbiter doesn't buff up any of the Arbiter units, that's definitely like you are pivoting. Like LeBlanc is going to become a Vex. And it's just a matter of can you hit like at a good tempo. As we
Yeah.
see Wigwag is just deleting boards after the Anima cash out.
Yeah, the Battle Buddy crossbow is still very strong even if you don't get to put it on the Zaya. Like that Jinx 3 is pumping out massive amounts of DPS.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a threat to deal with in the later game as he finds higher cost units that can upgrade his board even further.
Yeah, and as we round out this 2 golds into a prismatic, so like we'll cap out these boards a little bit higher. This should be very strong lobby. We already have some very strong players here. Bosso skills taking the invested to get that gold to, I was gonna say to be able to push levels to get the
Ooh.
Vex, but we just hit Vex on 7. So I think this was from the Echo drop. We got a Vex and a
It
Fiora.
was from the Echo
So
drop.
you are definitely very happy to see those.
A Vex and a Fiora, what a roll from Basso skills. Holy
Gamba, Gamba,
crap.
Gamba.
We always Gamba and we always hit.
And then we also, the Jin one, I think was from rolling. So we hit another one somewhere. But yeah, and then we're locked into the Echo. We'll see where that, I think the Echo one looks great here too because we don't have real tank items. We have this Lantern we've already talked about. We have a Sunfire. We have a Ionics. We have all these utility. There's not a real tank item here, but we know at 5-1 we're 100% getting this 1100 HP item. But until then, we don't quite have the front line for this Vex to stall. It is a Vex 1, so it's like we probably are going to bleed out a little bit here, but like we have 90 gold. We're farming more rerolls from this invested, so I'm curious how far do we go? Is this one where are we trying to go on 4-5? Do we try and make it all the way to stage 5? Like we do have that HP, but it's a matter of how many lives does Bosso Skills think that he needs here?
Yeah, I would assume it's a pretty comfortable 5-1 level 9 spot unless he fights fights Wigwag and gets his entire board deleted.
Ooh, Silvermere Corki. I've not seen that one, so
Ooh.
I don't know how good that is. But that when it casts, that should be a lot of damage. It killed 3 units, 4
That is a lot of
units on one
damage.
cast. We
Oh
have
my
the blue
goodness.
buff, so I think with blue buff it is really good. If it didn't have the blue buff, I'd be worried. But that Corki is going to delete boards in a single cast. What are your thoughts on this Echo one here, gaining the random artifact? Because I know I have my opinions. I'm curious what other players think about it.
Yeah, I know we talked about the Orin artifact encounter, but I feel like it's a kind of a worse version of that
Yes.
where if it's not even an amble, it's a random artifact
Yes.
that you somehow get and you like hope
Okay.
you hit after 5 rounds. Like that is just I don't I don't see any upside in taking it this late into the game, personally, unless you really want that Echo boon on
Okay.
at the end of stage 4.
Agreed completely. I think that it's one of those where you can only take it if it's like you really need the Echo artifact for some reason. Otherwise, like it definitely feels like that can be such a miss. With it not being an artifact anvil, it's just a straight up random artifact, and it's 5 whole rounds.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not getting that until halfway through stage 5. So a lot of players are not a lot. We might see several players that are dead by then, and like you want to be able to beat out those players. So
Definitely.
we see this Darkstar Riven
Oh,
instantly
no,
getting
the
onto the
Riven.
back line. So Deleted's going to take a lot of damage here as nothing holds up. Or not Deleted, Bosso skills. Deleted baited me by scouting. It's like I thought this was Bosso skills board, and it was. But, oh, this Corky 1 HP Silvermere cast. That's Deleted's board.
Yeah.
Ooh, more Graves upgrades. We've definitely seen a lot of Graves today. Which is
Yeah, very
nice to see.
exciting.
Another one from Darth Nub. Do we pick similar to last game, or do we follow like different lines based on? We don't have the Vex to go through it. We are seeing the assault into Buckshot a lot, that I feel like we've seen a lot, but Darth Nub took different augments than I've normally seen last game, which felt like synergized really well with Vex, but this game, we'll see if it goes the same. I don't know if we're still looking to play Vex because our Belveth items are like only 2 of them are Vex. I don't know where that Kraken goes, so we'll see if like go towards the same thing or not. The Silvermere Corki, I'm convinced it's real. It's that this is insane.
I'll need to check the stats after this game, but that looks pretty good. But it looks like our Corki boards are dominating stage 4, and our fast 9 players, so Bosso and Darthnub, they're both sitting at 1 life, which doesn't feel all that great, and they need to hit in this round or before, just when 5-1 starts. Like, gotta get that strong front line, maybe have a backline upgrade or 2 so that you can guarantee at least a couple more victories.
We are hitting some big upgrades here. So we get the Morgana 2, we get the Nunu 2, slowly selling off other part of our board, trying to find like I imagine is really looking for those Graves 2, or at least uploads 2 to be able to move these items. But it feels like a lot of these items we don't necessarily have the good holders because we didn't get our upgrades here.
Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate.
And speaking of, Graves 2!
Oh, there is the Graves 2!
Yeah, I was gonna say the Ross
That
and the
is
Collie have to go
huge.
for it. You don't want to sell these other legendary pairs. So that's such a big change there to be able to hit that. So maybe it's enough to live another round to be able to then get one of these other upgrades. And this is the artifact we mentioned about. Darthnub took the artifact, and so we'll get it on, I think it's 5-3. So it but has to survive 3 rounds just to be able to get the artifact to get your God's Boon.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we have any shred apart from maybe one of the grades upgrades to get through that Jax. It's still alive. It's not looking too great for Darthnub.
Yeah, and as we mentioned on the other side, this is the Echo Anomaly on a Caitlyn, on one of the specialists. I'm really curious. I don't know if, Captain, if you're able to see the damage charge from that round, because I'm really curious how much the Echo artifact on, what's her face, on Caitlyn is doing. I wish we could see it over the... Perfect, thank you so much. Yeah, see, look at this Caitlyn damage. Look at the magic damage. All of the magic damage is from that artifact, because she doesn't do magic damage. So this is something I haven't been able to see, but I've seen Dasik talk about a lot. I think that convinces me. Specialists want that item.
Yeah,
that is a big
remember...
catfish.
That is a big catfish. I do want to shout out set 13 where we did see this anomaly for the first time, and I loved taking it on Silco. It was one of my favorite interactions with that set mechanic. So it's good to see that it's getting a little bit more love this set as well. We're seeing one of the first fights from the Invader set. I don't think we've seen a lot of Wake since he had that Zed on 4-3. But looks like this will be a pretty convincing victory and an 8 win streak as well.
Yeah, we've definitely had the Jinx carrying for sure through this unit, able to get to this Jinx, or not to the Zed, with really good really good items. Both, like you see you don't see Protector's Vow a lot on the Zed, but it is very similar. Oh, as we hit the Zed too, but it is very similar in stats to Adaptive or Double Trojan. I think both Adaptive and Protectors are better than a second Trojan, with Adaptive being the better of the two, but Protectors is so close because whenever the clone spawns, I'm pretty sure it does get the combat start mana bonus, so it procs it gets that extra mana to be able to cast that one sooner, and that's all you want from Zed, is to be able to cast.
Yeah.
But as we go up again, Bravo who's board, hitting a lot of the upgrades. I'm curious to see after this what our Stargazer bonus is at as we go through, but Z2 is just like such a menace of a unit to get through. There's very few boards that are able to deal with it. And then that's not even, we still have this Jinx with the Battle Bunny crossbow in the back. Like, this definitely looks like a win out angle from Wigwag. This is one of those where all you're doing is you're scouting the lobby, who's going for a 3-star 4 cost, and then you just buy those units. And then it feels like that's the only thing that can beat you, you win out. Brother with a 37% damage amp, thank you, Catherine. So we can see here, pretty much everything upgraded. We're just missing like a potential Gwen. As like our only other real upgrade from this point, if we want to get the damage number higher. And we also have this golem here that also benefits from it. So now we get to finish off, I was gonna say we finish off our talent items, but instead we go for a better item on our Jack. So I think it's also correct. We can still throw this Protectors on Talon, get him to cast even sooner, start spreading the bleed damage and the red buff, and then gives him a little resistances, as has a lot of HP.
Yeah. The Call to Chaos dummy, definitely not the worst role that you can see here, because it can stall for your backline units to scale. Also, going back to Wigwag for a second, he really needed this victory.
Yes.
And he took a huge gambit taking that Anima line from 2-1, making sure that he guarantees that big cash out. And he did it. Looks like if he is able to clench this one out, which looks like he will, based on the state of his board, he will make it to games 5 and 6 after this one.
I think it is still gonna come down to some of the other players though, points wise, because if all of the other ones that were at that 44 point threshold, like Wigwag needed the first, but also needs a couple of the others to not quite make it. I think odds are he'll get through, but it's gonna be really close.
Yeah, he's sitting at 31, and there's 3 people sitting in the cut line for 16th to 18th. So if Soju and David Ace are able to have like good placements in this game, it'll be pretty close, but otherwise I think he is in for the next 2 games at least. We won't know for certain for the day 3 placements, but he will live to see a couple more games at TFT.
He did his part that he needed to do and went for the first, whether it needs the other players to either not do as well or not, whatever. He did all that he can do and got his points to be able to put himself in that spot to go for it. And then hopefully has enough points to then be able to, survive that bottom 4 cutoff and then make it like those extra points to go through to squeak into the top 8 to round out the day. And then me first or 8th, who was also one of those players that was kind of on that bubble, making it into the top 3. Cambule, I think, was in a pretty good spot already that was looking to get through, but more points to be able to make it through to set yourself up for the final 2 games to be able to make it into the top 8 as well. So like I said, the middle of the pack is so tight. So anything that you can do to try and separate yourself is huge going into the final 2 games.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, that Riven got instantly deleted. The Darkstar Riven that you want to see put in the work, like as one of the cap out comps for this Darkstar, this Corki just insta killed it. And so that is one of those where it's like it's gonna come down to positioning. It looks like you might want the Riven on the other side to, you know, not get deleted from Corki and see if it can wrap around. I'm also curious to see like what people choose as like their strongest one here. Like we're making Kaisa 2 our strongest. Now hitting Jin 2. Are we trying to move items to make the Jin stronger? Do we move any of these Kaisa items? I'm surprised like we didn't necessarily have the Riven as the stronger over Kaisa, but I'm also somebody that doesn't have enough games on this line to know for sure. So I like seeing where this goes. Like, I just feel like everyone plays this Kaisa 2 and then still makes it the strongest. So it definitely seems like what everyone's doing, like this unit is so strong that nobody plays it for 3-star, and the 2-star's enough to carry once you make it your strongest.
Yeah, it's one of those more interesting lines where you can still have like a 3-cost do the most damage on your team, but you don't necessarily need to reroll it on like on level 7. We've had a couple of those, like Victor in the last patch. RIP Victor.
I'm sure he'll have his day again before the set is over. And won't need drone uplink to be able to do it.
That is true.
Also, Wigwag up at 44 HP. I forget what Wigwag was at when, you know, cashed out, but wasn't it like single digit HP?
I think it was 20 something at the end of stage 3.
Was it 20? Okay, I thought there were one that was down to 1 life. I was like, the games are starting to bleed together a bit.
Yeah.
This Corki unit is also one of these fun units that is fun to watch. All the missiles go out, see when it hits the big ones, but
Yeah.
not doing well enough into this Dark Star board. Where we saw before, very different, where it just one-shot the Riven at the start, was able to win, but this time falling to the Riven and the Dark Star board in general. And as we now move the items over to make Jin our strongest, or Riven, or, you know, as we move everything around, we'll see everyone bounce up and down a bit until like we finally get it set. And then, yep, we move the Jin off and back to make sure like it for sure is our strongest here to go. But it's always funny to watch like as they do those, just kind of watching the units bounce up and down.
Yeah.
And I think that call out for those people that are not aware, these ones that say strongest unit, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 3 items. It's whoever has 3 items, and then when you have tiebreakers, it's just whatever you put on the board last. I don't think star level matters.
That's correct.
For it. It's just 3 items and then last on the board. Because it's not explained anywhere in games, so some people don't know it that are like newer to the game. But yeah, as we go up against Wigwag, there's no beating that board. Anima cash out into our Jinx Battle Bunny crossbow. We have a Z2. We just have everything. So very well played. Wigwag going for needed that first and pulled it out.
Yeah. 07's to me first or 8th, but super well played for Wigwag as he does take that high risk, high reward spot. Hopefully cementing his spot into the next couple of games. But we saw some lines that we weren't able to see in the first 3 or so games, like Invader Zed. Like, you need to hit that augment, but it's really good to see like some of those like you take that early game risk, or you have a certain amount of econ and then you hit the Zed, and then the board you build around it, kind of cool. And we did see a little bit more Graves action as well, so a lot of exciting TFT being played this weekend.
At the very end, sorry, really quick, when you were talking about the up and down of the Dark Stars, what was going through my head was that like wah wah, a sound of like one of those wands that you like, you know, move up back and forth. So
you're dating yourself again.
But that was all I was gonna say.
Yeah. And then mentioning more comps we haven't seen. If I'm not mistaken, that was our first like real anima game that we saw today too, right? I don't think we even saw anyone play for like a 200 before, or like anything lower.
Yep.
But this was that big like 400 cash out, getting the battle button crossbow, and like you said, Zed for the first time. We got them both in the same comp, so
yes,
we get to see both of them go first. But also like seeing, like we've talked quite a bit about like the Dark Star spot itself, and getting to see the Dark Star Riven and how it actually performs, and like being able to how we within the same comp, where do our items go? Who do we make our strongest? Like, who are like our main carry? Because there's so many options here, and I think that's like also one of like the really like, but what shows like the skills of some of these players, because it varies from game to game for some of these comps what you want. Even within a comp, it's not just how do I like flex through different comps, but even there's so many different ways you can play a single one, and to be able to have those reps on those games, able to have that knowledge to be able to judge fights, especially when we're still early on in the set. We're only in the second patch. Like people have different opinions on how to judge those fights there and what is the strongest. So that's my favorite part about early set, seeing what pros think.
Yeah, I also enjoy seeing pros like just like way different spats and like what those early game slams or like 2-1 or 3-2 spat augment takes are shaping up to be, and it looks like
Yep.
we're in another Weijin
We
game.
have the end of Weijin's game here.
And we just got in 7 Shepherd, which is also something we've not seen. Requires that spat. This 7 Shepherd unit is pretty good. It's just a full board-wide stun, triple stone plate Leona, being able to stack up from the cosmic HP. This is a capped Teemo board. Double Arbiter spat is crazy. We're sitting at 4 Arbiter. I really wonder what that Arbiter bonus is. But this is a crazy board.
It is quite wild. I did see I I peeped into Soju's stream because he
we gotta
keep tabs. But he was zooming in and out of the Leona 3 with the triple gargoyles. So
I'm sure also onto the 7 Shepherd at some point, looking at that. Just like double Arbiter spat is this is a pretty capped board. I don't think you can cap Teemo higher than this.
Let me out of this ad, please.
You don't see a Sona 2 that often either. I feel like a lot of people play the Sona 1 like as they're looking for other legendaries to like get the little mod for a bit and then kind of shake it up to like one of the other legendaries that you're really looking for. But having that Shepherd spat, be able to play it, is like, it's nice to see Sona get like play as like an actual carry as well.
Yeah, I've played quite a bit of this Teemo line because I just enjoy seeing Teemo attack fast and potentially big Leona. But Sona 2 does a deceptive amount of damage. Like you would think she just is like a supporting unit. She has a utility little mod that you can put on your actual carry, but oftentimes she does out DPS like your Teemo 3 or your LeBlanc 2 in the backline or your Lissandra 3. So like in the late game, she's quite a good unit to put on this board, definitely.
Yeah, especially with Teemo being one of those single target units and like takes a bit to ramp up against the unit that he's hitting. Whereas meanwhile, Sona can just like keep hitting a bunch of these different units for big damage every now and then. Definitely like outscales it. You just don't get to see it a lot. And especially after last patch, I think people have a bad impression of Sona that may not have played her as much because last patch she was not very good, got a big damage buff. But now it's like, hey, they were like, throw items on the Sona unit. She'll do damage for you if you get there. So, which is really nice to see.
As you just saw, Sona did do the most amount of damage.
Was that is that mod gain XP or is it gold? I forget what that one. I guess we can't
gold
check.
The last one. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, being level 10 if it's XP, I don't know, it would not be helpful here. But if it's gold, you can never go wrong. Oh, and this is the other side is something we haven't seen in our games. This is an interesting lobby here. From Prestivant going to cement his lead and advance to the next game, but being able to play the mountain board, playing around a bunch of these units, not playing the Lulu mountain, but playing the like, we have Jin mountain, we have a Riven there. I thought that was Rogue Spat on her for a second, but that's Marauder. Playing a Ramus, like all these different units, just all buffed up by all these mountain spats everywhere. Just a ton of stats across all these units. But doesn't look like quite enough to take down this board from Weijin. being at that one life for a very long time to be able to win out.
Yeah, that was again a huge win from was it Precedent, who's already kind of at the top.
That was Weijin that won that game.
Oh, that was Weijin.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Like,
Yeah.
so Prestiman will get second, and they were in third going into this game.
Mhm.
Yeah, so it'll be enough for Prestivent for sure to advance and not need to play the next 2 games. I imagine that's also probably enough for Weijin to advance and not need to play the next 2. We'll have to see standings once they're all in, as we determine what 4 are being cut and which 4 are moving on to day 3, and then we'll determine who gets to play in our final 2 games today.
Yeah, this one is going to be close.
I'm ready for the bloodbath. Who survived for, and it's not even who just survived for now. We still got 2 more to see who survive after that too to even make it to tomorrow.
I'm just laughing at the copy pasta and soju's chat that I have open on the side.
Well, what is it?
It's okay. Given how brutal your haircut is, ending up 5th is far from terrible. You were missing key items like a component barber, so you were basically playing at a disadvantage the whole time. This isn't a weak result, it's the spreading roots augment in real life.
Soju copy pasta is the best. This is why he's the top of the top of TFT.
Yeah.
Anytime you can pull up his stream, and there's always something like that going on. The power of Twitch chat.
The power
So
of
we
Twitch
can
chat.
copy pasta.
I think my favorite one is the calf spat one. I don't know if you guys
Yes.
are familiar with that.
No, I don't think so.
It's something like a calf spat got slammed on Soju and he says it's a nath.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah,
waiting
all
for
the-
these to update.
Yeah, that was back in like stage 5 where there was all these like there was a lot of those where it's like slamming an emblem on Soju.
Yeah.
Or there was I forget what all of them was. I know there was one with Abomination,
Yeah, I remember that
Oh, yeah.
one.
but yeah, there's Twitch chat can be creative at times.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
Definitely keep it up. That's, one of the parts that makes TFT fun is the community and coming up with a lot of stuff like that. And all these different, Twitch streamers in general. Not just fun gameplay, but just, a lot of fun memes come out of it and copy pasta.
Oh yeah. I'm just anxiously waiting for the standings.
I
to
know,
Yeah.
me
update.
too.
Who did it? Who survived?
Legion
Also just
immediately
refreshing.
rating.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
refreshing.
Weijin knows he's through with the first,
Yes.
so makes sense. Weijin and Prestivant for sure are 2 of ours going through. I don't know who the other 2 will be. I think Darth Nub was in a pretty good spot, but did not have a good finish in the last game. I don't know if it will be.
Alright, I'll just bring us here and keep refreshing. Because I'm refreshing on both of the pages, the one in the
Okay.
broadcast sheet and the one out here. I do
so
have a photo of the lobby.
I think we then for sure have our top 4 going through there because Prestivant's points aren't in yet, but it's enough to pass all of them. So that'll be our top 4. But Weijin gets 8, so it'll knock Kaiwing out. So it'll be Darthna, Brabrabahu, Prestivant, and Weijin that are all moving on to day 2. And then on the bottom side, it looks like we have knocked out JRC, Shaco, Bosso Skills, and Brosef. Wigwag, see, even with that first barely making it through, it looks like that first getting through on tiebreaker. So he did his part. He got his part from the rest of the lobby to, the other players to be able to steal one spot. And we'll see if he can do it again across the next 2 to bump up. It's only a 3-point differential to overcome, so it's very, very doable. Or I think it's 4 points as Weijin moves up, but very doable across 2 games. Just pull out Anima, Crossbow, Zed, 2 more games, and you're in.
That is true.
So this would be the lobby.
So Kaiwing, Cambuli, Me First Ape, Chunnington, Deleted, Soju, Dish Soap, and Wigwug all fighting for 4 spots to go through. So after these 2 games, 4 going on to tomorrow, we'll get to play. Is tomorrow Checkmate? I don't remember if it is or not. It's not, right?
We
Is it?
can take a look. Yes, it will be.
Okay. So
Exciting.
going through the Checkmate format tomorrow. So, and with it being final day too, of course, all of your points reset. All that matters is do you top 4 of these remaining 8 players to get through, and then you reset tomorrow and play for Checkmate.
Yep. Gonna be some pretty exciting stuff, but until we have, we probably have about 2 minutes, so we'll just kick it off to a break and get a little reset over here before we head into our final game of the day.
Sounds good.
back, everybody. We're getting into our last 2 games here of the day. Isu, Cora, and myself will be here for the last 2, pending we're still awake. But hopefully these players are giving us exciting enough games that we won't have to worry about that.
If we have as exciting finishes as the last, like every game today has been a pretty exciting finish, so imagine it'll be good. I missed. What did it say encounter was?
And counter is gonna be loot subscription.
Ooh, loot sub. Okay, exciting game. We're good.
True. Okay, let me relink this so that it actually did show us the correct one.
Oh man, I'm so glad I've not had a loot sub game yet, but I'm down to watch this. Coin flip loot sub. I don't even remember what all the drops you can get are. I'm curious. Loot sub.
And our constellation is the Huntress.
That's also one we haven't seen today.
So you were talking about how the constellations change how you play Lulu when you're a Lulu committer. What does that kind of entail for the Huntress here? Should we see anyone pilot that?
I think Huntress is one that's underrated for Lulu. So what Huntress does, it gives the Stargazers more attack speed, and it puts like marks on, I forget if it's the strongest or the weakest units. The highest health. Okay, perfect. So whenever you kill like the tanks, it'll heal your units in the front. So it's definitely, if you're playing like the standard Lulu line, that is the Maokai Jax, you definitely want to main carry the Jax because it'll get the heals. The Maokai will not. So you definitely have to make sure your main tank is the Stargazer. But what Lulu does in Huntress is gives you wound, so you don't need to build a Sunfire, Morello, red buff. So like, hey, free utility slot. But it also gives your whole team damage amp. You get I think all damage they take is 10% more. So I think the way it technically works, it gives the enemy minus 10 damage reduction. So it's just free damage for your whole team. And we see here Cambulate with a Jax 2 start and the Lantern. So this looks like a very good Lulu angle. Could also, play the standard TF line. But I do think this is one of like the underrated ones after they did buff it. The hexes just can be a little weird because you only get 2 frontline hexes. But it's just attack speed. You don't really care that much for attack speed. 15% on your non-tanks, so you can kind of ignore the hexes at the front. Kaiwing hitting Primordian Spat from Legion of Threes is interesting to see if we stick with that. Or we try and look for something else. It's another, is that worth the wait from Dish Soap?
It is worth the wait.
Probably a Caitlyn? Yeah.
Caitlyn.
And then what were our gods?
Can I tell that this early?
Yes, check the carousel and it'll tell you. The not carousel. Once you
Yeah,
hover
hover
it
the
all.
middle.
Wait, I can't click in the middle as a spectator, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, can you not hover it?
Oh.
Because you can hover the encounter. You should be able to hover the carousel. No, not on the map. My bad. At the top. For the round stages.
Yeah. There you go.
Kill Soraka.
Kill Soraka.
I was like, why is it counting? But yeah, okay, so Kale Soraka, so we'll see some of those. Oh, we have Heavy as the Crown
Heavy as the crown.
in our loot sub lobby as well. There's a lot of, this is gonna be a fun lobby. There's a lot of stuff going on here.
Wigwag's been taking a lot of interesting lines. Anima last game, this game we have Heavy as the Crown. What's like a good holder for Crown in this set? I haven't seen a ton of Crown of Demacia games. I did see a couple of Cho'Gath games where it just goes on the Cho'Gath or the Ezreal, depends. But not a ton of games aside from that.
Yeah, so I think the units with Crown are, if you have like, Jinx is a good holder, but Jinx is kind of hard to play without cash out. at the moment. There are like there's a Primordian Jinx variation that is like I think is good, but it's like a very niche spot that you have to have. So it's not something you can force from Crown. Teemo is a great Crown holder. It loves all the extra stats from it, and your Leona stays alive forever. As you mentioned, the Ezreal Cho, you can play it on Ezreal for the longest time, and then if you get a really stacked Cho'Gath, you can always move it over later, and that Cho becomes really difficult to kill. But it's also kind of scary having it on your tank there. I think
Yeah.
Crown in general is just scary this set because of the Master Yis, the Rivens, the Fioras that can just skip your front line and go to your back line, and then just kill the unit, and now you took 20 damage because your backline unit died and your whole board insta dies and you lose. But I love seeing it. It's such a risky move, but has such a high cap potential.
Mm-hmm.
And as we look around, we see Me First 8th, the trade sector has a bunch of like the Teemo rerolls, the Zoe upgrades already. Play around, no item slam, but you can kind of pivot around which ones you have. Cambule we saw with the Jack Stargazer board. Looks like might be playing with the TF angle of it. So it seems like there's a lot of different stuff, but yeah, I think glancing at all those boards, the one I'm most excited to see is what we do with Crown.
Yeah, definitely.
Also what Dish Soap ends up doing, because he's clearly just pushing levels with the Worth the Wait. We'll take their Caitlyn 3. Curious to see what builds that around. Do we play for like a 5 Nova with the Caitlyn, or do we just like end up using it for econ somehow and not necessarily worry about it too much?
Can we somehow pivot this into a Corki line?
I could see it being playing the 4 Fate Weaver, 4 Bastion line of Corki.
Yeah.
And duo carry Caitlyn, Corki. I like that a lot, considering you're gonna get the Caitlyn for free, and you can play. You can use it to push quickly to get the Ramus and the Corki that you need, which are the other real carries. So I think that's a very good call out on a good angle to go for.
Ooh,
As an early Nunu.
Very early Nunu.
And we have QSS slammed, so I'm not sure what like, are we just trying to play this into a Yi and not play into the Huntress? I think a lot of players, like I said, I think Huntress is pretty underrated, and players probably don't have a whole lot of games on it to know how strong it is and what the necessarily best spots are. So I feel like we might not be sticking with it with a QSS slam, but it's great tempo for this point. Having a Jax 2, hitting that early Nunu, like you can't really ask for much more like of a strong opener.
Yeah, definitely. These boards are looking quite illegal for a stage 2 fight, I must say.
What was our loot sub in this one? I was trying to
I think
figure
it
out
was
what
a
all
lucky
the
item
others.
chest.
Okay, that's why these boards look a lot stronger, having a lot of bis items on some people. Oh, that's another good holder of Crown, the Kaisa. That is one that I forgot about. I think Kaisa is probably one of the go-tos. We've seen Kaisa reroll fall off a little bit, and people play more like we've seen the Darkstar line of just play Kaisa 2 and play towards it. So I'm curious with the Crown, do you look to reroll it, or do you just play the standard? Let's go 6 Darkstar, Kaisa 2, good enough for me. We've got a Crown, and we'll just kill everything with that.
Yeah, there's always a possibility that it can like just go in a Jhin later, like super late game, and Kaisa can just be a really strong mid game holder.
Yep, I like that too.
I like
Yeah, there's a lot.
Parafizz as well here.
Yes.
As think about it more, there's like a lot more Crown users than like I thought. So like I actually do like it a lot more than I thought. It still can be scary with like the Yi, Riven, Fiora, but I think you have a lot of good outs. It's not like some past sets where it forced you into like there was like 1 or 2 units per set that could use it before. But it does feel like there's a lot of good outs. But it is still early set, so like maybe it's people are still trying to experiment and figure it out. Maybe we'll, go into, hey, there's only a few good units, but I think for now there's a lot of options. That is a lot of Teemos. One off.
A lot of Teemos. 6 Leonas, although I think it's the max health Arbiter with 67 health gain per health proc.
Okay. So should be able to stack a bunch of HP at the start. So we'll definitely be scaling, which makes sense. We're not really winning yet at the moment, but able to scale that HP into later.
On board with deleted.
As we had our patient studies, so this is definitely one of our boards probably looking towards to play either the Fast 9 like Vex Graves that we've seen, or hey, Epic Roll Down, Yi board or Corky Riven. Like that's kind of what you want to see there.
Just take care package.
Or we just take care package, which I feel like I've not seen a lot of people value that much in this set. Okay, yeah, that's the one you mentioned. If you rerolled, gain 67 permanent HP. I think what people value a lot in this set, because as you're rerolling, it's just the one.
Catherine, I saw that.
I saw it too. You have to.
I make the stream entertaining. Okay.
They had to have done it on purpose, right? So they did it just for you.
There's only 2 ways you can go with a funny 6 number. And this one's way more appropriate for publicly seeing all the time. Yeah. At least it's funny.
I don't know, we see sometimes where it's like, some of these units, a 280 buff or nerf completely makes them viable. So
Okay, some 3 stars coming out.
Yeah, just show up. Taking this, Caitlyn has good items. It does look like we're going towards the Corki. I imagine the Shojin will go towards Corki later. I'm curious if we go towards...
Oh,
we
that's a
probably
Zed.
play... Oh, never mind. That's a Zed. Okay. I saw the Shojin. It's all, hey, that'll be, good for Corki. But no, we could just play Zed around with this Caitlyn to carry us there.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Even if it's not necessarily like the most optimal, like Zed doesn't have any synergy, so the upside is you can just build any board around it, and if you have a strong worth the wait and like have slammable items like Dish Soap has, like why not?
Yeah, I think it's also one of those having that, knowing you're getting the Zed and having the Caitlyn 3 already, that you can play towards like a Nova board, because originally Zed, that was like the kind of what you were looking for when Nova was a bit stronger in the first patch. But that was kind of like the first like default line that you would go for Zed was play around Nova. So having a Caitlyn 3, I feel like you kind of go back onto that, like, hey, do we play the first patch version of Zed and do that? Kaiwing, I want to call out that we haven't looked at a bit. Hitting the Primordian spat, for those that don't know, I've played this board a lot. And some people say like, oh, Primordian, who do you drop? You don't drop anyone. You play the Primordian spat on Cho'Gath. You play 4, even though it's like, oh, it's 4, it's not giving anything. Primordian scales with star level of the Primordians. So now that Cho'Gath is one, you get the golems faster. So right now, even though we don't have Belvath 3, you have enough star levels. You'll see the golem popped out already on the second tick there. And then once you get like all those upgraded, you see a bunch of these golems come out, so it does do a lot more damage, even if it doesn't look like the trait breakpoint is. So Primordian Spat, you just don't drop anyone in the current meta with the Strength of Briar. You just throw it on Cho'Gath and it does so much damage. You'll see the Primordian in damage charts out damages any of the units itself. So do not be afraid to be like, who do I have to drop? How do I make perfect synergies? You get Primordials, just keep throwing them on. I've yet to hit 5, but getting that 4th one is just so much value. And it's half a Warmugs already, which is what Cho'Gath wants. So it's a lot of upfront HP. It's just like the perfect item in the way that comp is played right now. It's like, it definitely is one of the outs to be able to first place with that comp. And that is an early Jax 3. We did get Heroic Grab Bag, I'm sure, to finish that off. We don't have Elia dupes. I'm sure that was an immediate slam, had a bunch. And it looks like we'll probably be playing the Xayah then, since we're playing around this. We have QSS Kraken. So I can't imagine this being anything else that we're angling towards. So it should be from here, just quick push levels, find the Xayah, and then try and cap around like the Jhin and everything.
Yeah. We've been talking about this Jax unit a lot, but we really see the power of an early Jax 3 with 3 tank items, and it just can just persist your board for forever in letting your backline scale up. Meanwhile, Soju, Meeple, we're playing Corki Riven, and there's the Corki.
Hitting our savings account, being able to go level 8, have a bunch of gold, be able to roll down for some of these units. Like you said, hit the Corki, hit the Ramus. So good start here. We just kind of need to get some of those upgrades. I also I didn't notice how much the meeples on the back of Ramus. I don't think I noticed that before. I noticed that last game. The meeples just as like sitting on the different spikes of it is pretty cute.
Yeah. Oh,
Corki 2.
So didn't we think that Dish Soap was also gonna be looking for a Corki?
I think so. No, because he's Zed now, right?
Oh, Zed.
Wasn't that Dish Soap?
Yeah, he is Zed.
So it was definitely, we talked about one of the outs that could be the 4 Bastion, 4 whatever. Soju also hitting the Riven too. So we have the full board here, looking very good. We hit the Riven too, we hit the Corki too. So looks like in a very good spot, even though being down on 26 HP, that's 3-4 lives at this moment. So I imagine just win streaks all of stage 4 by a lot, as you can see.
Yeah,
but
this is
Dish
massive.
Soap fights him right the round before he hits the Zed, so Dish Soap should be a lot stronger next round. Looks like Me First or 8th has pretty much all of the upgrades there. 2 off of the Zoe is pretty much the next thing to hit, and then just push levels from there.
Yeah, that Leona is going to be a problem. As you can see, it's already pretty chunky, but it's just going to get bigger from here. And that board, as you saw from the last game where we just had a Leona 3, we had 7 Shepherd. Like, we're not going to get to 7 Shepherd this game, but that Teemo board can cap pretty high if you are, like, hitting all of those units on tempo. You have your max HP scaling, and you have your backline units just upgrading constantly.
Yeah, and I like the pickup here from Dish Soap. It definitely looked like we're playing towards the Nova, and then we saw Misfits, which, hey, Zed's a Misfit. Hey, I have Tom Kench, that's one. We get both the Rost, which you want to play on this board, and the MF, which probably won't play the MF, but hey, we're already sitting at 4 of those unique traits, and it's kind of what you want to build Zed around. So we're just going to play all these unique traits, give much more HP. Like, look how much HP the Zed has already as a Zed1. And then we just play supportive traits around it. We play these couple Nova units that we want. And this should be a very strong board. We have Bis Zed as well. Like, Dish Soap, another one of those at low HP down there with Soju, but should do pretty well. But we're up against a Yi too, with really good items. But can it cut through? We've got so many Zed clones already. The good old days of Set 2 Zed, Electric Zed, just all over the board. What a fun unit that was. This is reminiscent of Set 2 All Stars, Sivir vs Zed. The Master Yi does take them all down. What a crazy unit from both sides. Oh man, Set 2 days were some fun moments.
Yeah.
If you have not seen, if you're new to TFT, you should definitely go look up the Set 2. It was at when they combined TFT and League All Stars together, because TFT was still new, and they invited a bunch of like the pros out there, and they played there's a moment of like Sivir and Nocturne trying to take down like 20 Zeds. And a bunch of the items were
Oh,
different.
gosh.
Like Deathblade was an item that like every kill in like within a round gave AD. So it keeps killing a clone, getting more AD, it's scaling through as it just spawns more and more. It's one of the craziest fights in all of TFT. So should definitely go watch that if you have not seen it. Because this Zed is the exact same unit.
I'll need to go see that after this game because I didn't start playing TFT until like set 5-ish, so a lot of the older sets are I still need to catch up on all of the history.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the moments of like TFT that kind of like hyped it up a whole lot at the start, because that was the first event that like that was the first like pseudo land. I will definitely find the clip and post for people.
Yes.
Okay, but I was about to say you might get night botted. Let me see if I can give you permission. Or actually, I can post it from the admin account.
Oh, you're also not a mod.
No.
I was gonna say just give me mod and I got you, but or I'll just send it to you, but you're also not the mod.
But I'm in the broadcaster account.
Okay,
So I've seen
perfect. I will
it.
send it to you so
Yeah.
you can share if you can't permit it.
Oh, that's right.
I don't
Yeah,
even remember which players it was. Surely, yeah, Disco's got it on TFT clips. I found it.
you are permitted.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely showing my age all day today. We just skip ahead, make sure I got the right fight. Blender Nocturne. Oh my goodness, all the items are completely different. Okay, anyone that's there that has not seen this fight, definitely go watch it. And all I remember is Kobe casting, because they had all the league casters still doing this. This is at the League All-Stars.
Next.
The comment saying this looks fun and balanced.
There's not a single item that's the same. Every item is. I mean, Rageblade and Deathblade are close, but they've been changed a lot. There's so many different. Nobody's gonna know what any of these items do.
A lock-in change in 15 sets.
Yes, but that's why like when they said they were bringing the Zed unit back, where like all of us OG players were like excited to play this again. It's such a like fun unit. Definitely, I knew when it came out, I was like, this one's a balancing nightmare, but it's so fun. And this set has a lot of callbacks to. I mean, Zed's from set 2, but there's a lot of callbacks too to the set 3 and 3.5 that was the Galaxy set, being space themed. The Mech Aesol is the exact same version of Aesol that we had back then. That being the first set we had Mech as well. So there's a lot of like stuff that comes from that set, which is cool to see. But yeah, I had some friends that I know are in chat too. They were asking me the other day some of the most broken stuff in TFT history. And yeah, I don't remember if I mentioned Blender Nocturne, but that right there and the Zed kinda is one of them. Redemption Zed.
Blender Nocturne.
There's another one
at a
on the
time.
list.
I heard there was one cost Jarvan that was super broken.
Yes. One cost Jarvan. It was the same as Demacian Jarvan from last set. It was the same thing where it cast like the attack speed for the whole team, except it gave like triple the amount of attack speed scaling with AP. So it was just like that was the only unit that I remember Mortdoc talking about it. The only unit ever that every single unit was out of the pool in stage 2 in a game.
Oh my gosh.
And there was what, 39, 33, it's 30 something one cost units. All of them being gone in stage 2 is just insane because it was by far the best unit ever made. I would easily do a TFT history podcast. I definitely have the knowledge for it. But back to this game. our break in little mini podcast in the middle of our this board from Wigwug once again playing for his first place after we saw last game, playing for the first just enough to get tiebreaker to make it in, and then doing it yet again to try and get in the first day. We have this heavy as the crown that we talked about on the Vex. Very good units, our Vex 2. We have a Fiora 2, we have a Graves 2, which I'm sure we'll check the upgrades in a bit. But like, this is a very strong board that we've seen, you know, win out some of these lobbies. So, in a good position. This is definitely the strongest Vex I've seen today.
That was... Oh.
Okay, so we just got the Graves, we just got an Assault Frame, so we don't, it's a bit late to hit the Graves, so we're not going to see a whole lot of upgrades come through. But hey, Graves 2, Graves 2. We've got Vex 2 to back it up, like, can't really complain. Dish Soap here, getting down to 1 life, sitting on Zed pair, is going to go level 9. I think it was kind of hoping, hey, maybe the Tom Kench will spit out a Zed there, but, oh, we find the Zed. Okay, I think Dish Soap is safe now. That's all he needed. And
that is huge.
it's a bit scary going there with 7 gold left over. But fortunately hits it and see if it'll be enough. All of our bot 4 players just on loss streaks. So definitely top heavy lobby at the moment. See if any of these Dish Soap, I imagine, is one that can pull it out. As we match up against me first or 8th of this Teemo reroll. Still hasn't finished the Zoe 3. That had 8 of them forever ago. Before we did our quick little history lesson.
Yeah. So Dish Soap also was 7th going into this game, so I think definitely doesn't want to finish in the bot 3 here.
Hey, Z2 is a way to get out of there though, so... Like, look how many there are already.
Oh my god.
I don't even know who's left for me first grade. It's Leona?
It's just this Leona that has stacked so much HP and has so many... None of these Zeds can even hit, they're just getting the mana regen to just sitting there from adaptive to spawn in more. And that's one of the reasons that you see adaptive is better than Shojin, because if you get in a spot like that, hey, you can keep making more clones without having to auto. Also, I want to call out, we completely sold this Caitlyn 3, right? I'm not missing it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Worth the wait, Caitlyn is gone. So I also like that a lot too. I thought that there was potential for that because Caitlyn's kind of whatever you upgrade. But like, very good to recognize, hey, my augment got me where I needed to be strong, got me to this point. I don't need it anymore. It's that Toy Story meme I'm done with.
Oh,
And
Vex
we
2
have
on the
how
other
many?
side.
Yeah, this the Wigwug. So these are probably the 2 strongest boards in the lobby, I imagine. And see which one can actually do it. Zed hasn't touched the Vex yet, but we are still spawning more. We've got 2 back there now. 1 got there, spawned a clone on it. But these are slowly taking out the rest. And now with the Gunblade, I don't know, only 2 at a time are going to be able to hit this, but we do have the Kindred alive still, so that's going to be able to take it down. I feel like that Vex might have been able, if it was just Zed left, might have been able to do it. But with a Kindred there that can continue to hitting it too, there wasn't a chance.
Yeah, Soju quietly on a 9 win streak. We haven't seen his board since his 4-1 roll down, I believe, but this Quirky Riven board by default is just so strong. And has got all of the items from his Swordsmith, so he has full item Quirky, full item Riven. His tanks are looking pretty strong as well. And we will see if he will start complaining after fighting this Leona.
When does the rant start? I think I saw when I went to go look for the Zed clip, there was already one of the TFT clips from Soju from today.
Oh, I'm sure.
And you know, you called out the quiet
And there we
streak. Of
go.
course, we cast our curse it. We go over like, and there's Zed. There, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a rant going on right now about Zed either. If Soju matches up against it in this next fight and goes 5th, I imagine there'll be a Zed rant.
A Twitter post of some kind.
If he doesn't make it through to tomorrow, there will definitely be
Yeah.
a crash out. I feel like
A
there's a
10-minute
lot of
crash out.
players that probably are just like Soju hate watchers just for the crash outs, just hoping to see just for that. I definitely love seeing Soju do well, but the crash outs are also great. Like, it's a win-win with Soju.
For us, it's a win-win, yeah.
Very true.
I mean, it's probably a win-win for Soju too. I'm sure it brings in a lot of viewers.
Oh, yeah. Just your mental.
But yeah, Soju is definitely a competitive player, and I think he definitely cares more about like winning these big tourneys. So, not quite a win-win for him, but yeah, it's.
Oh, I can feel the rant incoming.
Uh-oh. It's matching up pretty well, better than the other Zed boards,
It
but the
is.
clones are starting to come through. It's starting to get to the point where it's overwhelming. We're onto the Corki, it's not going to be enough, and I'm sure the crash out's happening already. Yeah, this
Yeah,
is, yep,
this is.
Oh,
I feel it.
I'll,
my
I'll,
goodness.
here, I'll cosplay.
I don't know, we can see more than just your forehead. It's not quite there
Listen,
yet.
I need to see the screens too.
There we go. That's the true Soju
That's
angle.
perfect Soju cosplay.
I'm on the floor, by the way.
Hey, still one more game. He's still got a chance to go through, but it's gonna be hard.
Mhm. It is a little bit unfortunate because Wigwag and Dish Soap were below Soju in the standings for
I
our
think
the
deleted
final lobby
was
for
as
day
well.
2. Yeah,
Deleted.
So-
They
Deleted
should've
was
been
right above
tied,
Soju.
Yeah,
yeah.
tied with the
Okay. So yeah, the players that Soju needs to beat all ended up outplacing. But if you
Mhm.
reverse it in the next game, still a chance. Zed into Misfits though is definitely very, very strong.
Hmm.
Oh, that's
'Cause
crazy.
I think
There's
it's
only
what-
a 5%, 5-second difference from the Dish Soap stream behind me.
I think that Misfits giving the entire team, I think it's 330 HP. I think Misfits is 55 per.
Mhm.
And as we check in our graves, we get the double buckshot into emergency shielding. So no choke again, which I think is kind of the trend I'm starting to see. If you're playing it with Vex, you keep it on the buckshot and you get the spreads. If you're not playing it with Vex, you kind of need the choke to burst down certain units. So I think that's like one of the biggest things I've learned about Graves today watching these games.
Mm.
And if there's a board that can beat Zed, it's this one. But like we have the buckshot, it's hitting all the clones, so they'll spawn lesser clones. We've got the Vex that's gonna farm up, it's gonna steal from each individual clone. It's got the gunblade, it's got the crown.
Oh, and
It's
there
enough
we
to
go.
actually take it down from Dish Soap. And Wigwag 2 games in a row with the first place, able to like barely squeak through, and now able to set himself up in a spot where, hey, do it one more time and you're into day 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we saw the Zed augment again being played. Always a pleasure to see like top players like Dish Soap take those worth the wait lines, you know, play into the early Caitlyn with a little bit of tempo, and then pivoting out to those final board legendaries. as always, just super high levels of TFT being played in the tournament. And we said it was going to be close, but it was a lot closer than we expected. So this last game is going to be one to watch for sure.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see once we get standings how close it is, who's got a shot, who's kind of out of it. But I feel like it could be anyone there because we saw a bunch of the players at the bottom actually move up and do well. So it kind of like flips a lot of that and closes that gap between each of them. So it should be a very exciting game going into our last and final one to determine which 4 of these make it out to day 3.
Not quite uploaded yet.
Yeah, as we can see, like mentioned, there's deleted Dish Soap and Wigwug, which are the bottom 3 in this, and all top 3. And then Soju, who was one of the bottom 4 as well, moved up as well. So, yeah, it'll be very close here. Kaiwing kind of out on top there at the 59. Wigwag will be at what is that? 50, 55. I think Dish Soap is 56. So yeah, right on that line, that 7th through like 10th place is all very, very close. Yeah, I think it could be pretty much anyone that makes it.
Yeah, it all depends on this last game, and if we roll a high variance encounter, you can already hear the Sojourn incoming.
Emblem encounter incoming. So we got our loot sub game out of the way, so maybe we'll go back to our low variance, or maybe we just double up on it.
One
Oh,
more
I
loot
do
sub
know.
game for the the crowd.
I do know the one that I would like to see always is, if it's still available this round, is all prismatics augments.
Yeah, we have not seen that one a lot. I feel like I haven't seen it much in ladder. I feel like I haven't seen it much in any of these games. So I know they kind of messed with the percentages as they removed encounters and then brought it back. Like the prismatic augment like percentages changed a bit between those 2 patches. So I don't know if it's back to like the same as what it was in previous sets of the odds to hit it, or if like we might be seeing it less because they introduced a bunch of new ones too. Like on 2-1, gain 8 free rerolls, or gain a lesser dupe. On stage 3-3, gain another. Like a lot of these new ones that we've never seen before, so we'll lower the odds of some of the other ones.
Alright, we are in our lobby, just waiting for ready checks, and then we'll get going.
Sounds good.
One more game, and then
Dang.
checkmate tomorrow.
Yep, this is what we can look forward to tomorrow again.
Is tomorrow same time start?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So
So
after this,
definitely tune in tomorrow.
after this I'll hang out with Domino for a while, and then make sure that she's set up to run it tomorrow because I have to return to work.
Fun, fun, fun.
Alright, I'm not sure how long this will be, so I'll just kick us to a little break in case we've got a few more than a few minutes. We're here! And we have Yasuo and Kale, so seeing Kale again. Also, really quick to break the ice, Cora, we miss you. Cora experienced the, I don't know, we can call it Freljord, and had their power go out, so they won't be joining Bisu and I to finish the game off. They are in chat, so thanks still for hanging out. And thank you for the 5 gifted subs to our anonymous gifter.
Yes, thank you, thank you.
Getting into it though, let me make sure that we're all connected here. With our overlay.
Prismatic Prelude. It's always exciting to see some prismatics in play.
At least we get one. I guess I can't be too upset about that.
There's always a chance.
Yeah, we could get them naturally,
We can hope.
right?
Yes, exactly. Okay, that is a TF2. I wonder what the Stargazer is this game.
Yes. Alter.
Ooh, it's the Altar. This one's an interesting one. I do like seeing big units if you do get like 3 Stargazer really early on. So you get like the bigger Stargazer units once you hit that 60 unit threshold. But I don't see too many players playing into the Altar unless you have a really early Jax, which is kind of the gating factor.
Mm. Do a little augment change over here, see what everybody picks up. We do have an emblem augment available to us.
All of these seem pretty solid. Living Forge, artifact anvils can be strong to play into. Flexible emblems are always really strong, and we get the Rogue emblem, which we've seen some Rogue Corki. We can potentially play around a Primordian if we have some Primordians. Looks like we don't have a Bel'Veth though, so that might not be a possible line. But as is the case with the last few sets, emblems have been super popular among these high-level players, and remember when Flexible was a gold augment and they talked about how it was too OP, and now we see it as a prismatic. So we got a little bit of that going on, but Cambially taking at what cost? I don't see a lot of players taking this prismatic, especially because you risk like having a really bad like 3-2 augment choice. If we have Cosmic Calling and you have a pretty good board, like that's pretty tragic. But I guess for the tempo, it is a pretty good choice.
So they're
We
gonna
have a
have the
Bel'Veth too
2-star
as well.
Bel'Veth, yeah.
We have an early LeBlanc. I don't think we are going to take it because there's no real items to play around. But a Jax too, we Nico it immediately, just guaranteeing that early game tempo, making sure that we have the strongest stage 2 and maybe early stage 3 boards.
Even with the Meepsy, we don't think about the LeBlanc? Like, to move into Shepherd, maybe?
Yeah, if you don't have an early Arbiter, I don't think the LeBlanc line is strong enough to, especially if you're playing into like a prismatic first lobby where the power curve is a little bit higher. If you don't get a 2-1 scaling Arbiter, or if you don't have an immediate Guinzu slam on the LeBlanc, it might be a little bit like an unconventional line to take. Like, it's still possible, but I don't see many players playing into that.
Meanwhile, we're Meeples over on Dishopland.
Yes. We have a death cap on the Vhagar. I wonder what we're going to play into. This one's an interesting one because, like, yes, we are heavy on that early game tempo because we have 3 completed items compared to, like, we're seeing Camberley's board. We have 1 half item because it was a 2-component drop. Death Cap you don't usually see on a lot of the late game boards. Like, we see a lot of those like AD heavy boards having a lot more success, especially with like playing around Fiora, playing around Graves, Master Yi, Kindred. But there is like opportunity to play into maybe a Vex line as well. So I'd be curious to see where he takes it from here.
Partner's mining. Oh. Okay. We do have Primordians online over here for Soju.
Yeah, the Triforce is pretty huge for any sort of melee carry. We do have the Titan slammed, which probably means we're committing to this Primordian line. The Briar solo front line is really good once you can get the Rogue in and make sure that you get that proc, and then the Briar can, you know, spawn all of those Voidlings onto the back line. Like, it proves to be a pretty solid early game board. Looks like he is going to go up against Cambulee's upgraded. I don't know even what that board is at this stage in the game. But at least he has some strong direction, and he will be scaling with the artifacts. Bel'Veth works really well with a lot of different ones, as well as Briar and some other units that you can play in the late game as well. It was a lot closer than I imagined, honestly.
Yeah, just the,
like
the Bel'Veths left.
Ooh, and Wigwag.
That's a Riven.
Yeah, that is a Riven. That's a subscription service shop take, I think, with the Galio, Karma, and the Riven. So we're pretty committed to this Dark Star line, I'm assuming, with the IE slammed. It could be a flex with the Corki, but you don't usually put IE on the Corki because it, once you put Fate Weaver in it, it gives ability crit naturally. So this looks like a pretty solid spot as well. Yeah, these early game prismatics just provide a lot of like resources and direction for these players. So a lot of these look like it's proving to be a very exciting final game. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, like I wanted to see with like an entire prismatic lobby is when these players are given a lot of resources, what do they do with it? How creative do they feel? How confident do they feel? Especially for like the last game of the day going into it.
Yeah, definitely. Kimberly on a 5 streak, feeling pretty good. I would be devastated if I lost a 5 win streak if I took at what cost. So at least that's going in his direction. We'll see if the 3-2 augment provides a little bit more variance to the line choice that he has currently. Which looks like it's it might be like a Stargazer, like Zaya board potentially, or maybe even a fast 9 angle into whatever backline carry we can find if we manage to scale this board a little bit in like the early game strength. Going immediately to 7. Very exciting. We're not even that poor either.
Yeah. Where was our rogue spot again?
The rogue spot was our flexible taker. Maybe it was Tunington? Yes.
Oh, 2 spots now.
Yeah, we have our psionic. Ooh, I wonder what our psionic items are. We do have drone, which is not the best for Master Yi. Target lock optics, that could be pretty good if we are playing into like 4 psionic. Although the rogue emblem is a little bit lost if we are playing into that line. Is Dishta playing Vagar reroll? It certainly looks like it.
It definitely might be. I was seeing a lot, not a lot, maybe 2 games of it in day 1 of the competition.
Mm-hmm.
And we
I did
see
see
a
the
4
clip
cost.
where...
Yeah.
Ooh,
4-star
yes.
Vagar, yeah.
Mm-hmm. The one where the Vagar beat the Karma 3. I did see that clip somewhere.
It was pretty exciting. Me and Tonki were pretty happy about it.
Yes. The meeples. Is that Vampiric Vitality, or... I think I missed... Or I'm not familiar with that icon.
Yes.
It is Vampiric Vitality. I guess that's not too bad considering we are going into melee carry land. The Leona's proving a little bit tanky, but maybe the anti-heal will do it. It's going to be close. I don't think the Edge of Night has procced yet, so it might be a 7th Street. There we go.
I thought I went to the same board, but no, this is just another Melbeth with a red buff and a Jinx.
Indeed. Yeah, I think this one is this might be just another Master Yi board with the Titanic Hydra. The board is pretty strong with artifacts as well. We have that even shroud already, so we are committed to an AD line. And the Belvet too is pretty strong in the mid game.
We've recruited Lysandra to be our rogue for Chinnington.
And more Belvets.
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't think we checked Deleted's Arbiter.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
Ooh, permanent max health? Okay. We're taking a little bit of time choosing our items.
Yeah.
So this is Deleted's choice,
Yes.
I believe. Yeah. Yeah, not happy to see all of those swords playing into this Teemo line. Oftentimes you end up making like a Sterix gauge to kill the sword because the comp needs a lot of rods for the Teemo to scale, but not necessarily like any swords or gloves, any of that. We are rolling down a little bit more to find more Teemos. Looks like we're still sitting on 4, which is not very good at this spot in the game. Even with on a roll, like this doesn't look like that great of a spot. And Soju hitting an insane artifact. That Flicker Blades is going to do so much on the Belveth and maybe later on like some other backline carry as well. This setup is looking really good, especially since we also have the group hug for the tier 1. Because we're all like grouped up in like a corner, that effective extra HP from the Primordians and also just the extra artifact strength, like that board is going to be really, really strong in the late game.
Soju did manage to take that, I think, first loss for Cambly. And then Dishop here hitting the Vagar 3 that we mentioned earlier.
Yes. we're on a 2-loss streak, but hopefully we can find a bow in the neutral round so that we can finish off that Nashers, and then the Veigar can do so much more. Unfortunately, it might be a loss considering how strong this Primordium board can be in stages 3 and early stage 4. But we still have an opportunity to bounce back. It's not too late. Oh, 5 Shepherd.
Yeah. Okay. I haven't seen this board too much in the games from today or yesterday. What is
Yeah,
the end
this
kind
looks-
of look for this board if you take it to 5 or 7 or 5?
Yeah, I think because we have the Shepherd's Bat, it's a lot easier to fit in the standard level 8 LeBlanc line. And endgame will probably look like, you know, a Soda 2 on the back line, LeBlanc 2 as your 2 main carries, and then depending on what you hit for the front line, you can either do like 4 Vanguard, like a Blitzcrank 2, a Nunu 2. So you can take it in a lot of different directions, especially since you have that extra Vanguard spat and the Shepherd's Bat. It's looking pretty good. We would need like a Guinsoo for the LeBlanc potentially to scale, but other than that, spot's looking pretty solid. Looks like we did get that bow that Dystop needed for that Veigar. And maybe finishing off with an extra tank item for your Alawi too. Are we holding out the glove for something else, or we'll see what he does here. But going up against Deleted, which looks like he did hit the Teemo 3, which is good.
Just this
He should have
last
hit it a
round,
little
the
bit
Teemo and
earlier.
the Nasus.
Nice, okay. The meeples are looking a little bit strong. It's Deleted spot. Not looking great in the last game of day 2. Going into 4-2 augment, it is a gold augment. I still would like to see what Cambuli got from his ooh, looks like it is healing orbs. Not too bad considering you have Empiric Vitality, you are playing for those melee carries. And I think the original version of this was like Thrill of the Hunt or something back in sets like 6 or 6 to 8, I think. But yeah, once you get to the backline and you heal to full, like it is pretty synergistic with the comp that he's trying to play.
Okay, so looking at Mayfist Wraith, I'm seeing Azaya. I'm not really seeing where else we're going in here. What we're committing to.
Yeah. The Xayah line is pretty good, I would say, especially since you have the Titanic Hydra. I forgot to call this out when we first saw the Titanic Hydra, but that artifact is extremely strong on Xayah. And the Rammus immediately pulling the Teemo in from the corner with the Indomitable Will. This fight is a lot closer than I thought it would be, considering that your carry immediately got hooked. But once we hit that Xayah upgrade, once we get maybe a Lucky Jin from your shop, like this board is looking pretty solid. But I'm not sure where his altar is at, which I believe is the Stargazer for this game.
Yes, I believe it was. Just doing some checks all around. And we did get into 5 Shepherd here for Kaiwang.
Awesome. We're carrying a Nami, which is super interesting. We rarely see a Nami primary carry, but it makes sense with the item composition that he has. He hasn't hit a LeBlanc, or he doesn't have a Guinsoo for his LeBlanc. And the Karma is spreading a lot of utility with that Void Staff. But looks like it's not quite enough to get through Dish Soap's board. That Poppy is proving to be extremely tanky.
Oh goodness, deleted.
Deleted going down to 10, no. Ooh, these choices are interesting. The cryogenic hex is always a pretty solid one to either put on your melee carry if you have any that like needs an extra GA type proc, or you can just put it on your tank so that it can maybe just like go to the enemy's backline and you can kind of create a weird positioning situation. He did get the cryogenic hex for, I'm assuming, is the Leona. Yeah, that is one chunky, one cost.
Yep, sitting on 5k health again.
Oh my gosh. We are looking for a shepherd unit, but we didn't find one. It's a little bit unfortunate, but
Well,
Soju's spotted them meanwhile. This is looking so scary.
yeah, I guess because we had the Sona on our bench, but we sold to level and then didn't find a low-cost shepherd is what happened.
Yeah. An Illaoi would be perfect here because that could be 4 Vanguard and the 3 Shepherd that we're looking for. But it looks like it's going to be the last round for deleted.
Yeah, and being third in the standings going into this game and then taking a night is not exactly the finish we were hoping for.
Yeah. Very, very unfortunate. But alas. And now we have 7. Out of these players, I think Soju's spot is looking the most solid because his artifact situation, it all kind of fell into place, and he is pretty rich. He's streaking, he'll get more artifacts as the rounds go on, and Primordian is considered one of like the S tier comps, as people say, for this patch in particular, because it can have that late game potential. Going back to this fight though, Kylan did find a Nami too, and it looks like it can burst through that Rammus and the Meeple board will go down. A lot of these fights are super, super close. But Dishsoap's Meeple board, yeah. Ooh, and there is the altar proc. You see the big Zaya, big Nunu, big Jax coming in. And we really see the power of Titanic Hydra Zaya in play here as well. We have Bard who can provide a little bit of extra econ or maybe like some upgraded units if anyone plays a Nunu on their board, and you can like yoink a Nunu and there you go. Like you have an upgrade on your board. But yeah, looking at Soju, just well on his way to level 9, 81 HP. We still need the Kindred 2 for us to have that extra power boost, but once we do that, we can put in maybe an extra rogue, an extra like utility unit like Morgana or Blitzcrank on the side so that it can like kick the enemy's melee units off to the side. There's a lot of options for Soju to take this late game board into.
Okay, Camberley into Dish Soap here with that Master Yi. Gonna make his way on in.
Yeah, that Master Yi with the double Giant Slayer is going to do a lot of damage, but it doesn't have a QSS, so if the enemy team has a stun, it's just not going to do enough damage. We'll see if it survives the next Vhagar cast. Oh, boom, there goes the Master Yi. Will the Urgot be enough? It looks like it is not. The Catfish and the Kindred are the last to stand, but the strength of the Meeple board is all too mighty.
So 50 gold there. Maybe not gonna... Oh. I was gonna say not gonna have too much to roll down with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just getting the MF in for the extra challenger unit, which is not a bad choice all in all. Like, we haven't seen too much of MF all throughout this tournament, but it's one of the cooler designed units in my humble opinion on this set, because you can switch out and like just put in whatever traits fits your board. The unit design itself is pretty cool as well, with like the way she ults and stuff. But we will see how this board fares up against Corki with a Rogue Spat. Mastery just like healing to full, although doesn't look like it'll be enough for that Rogue Corki. Speaking of, there's another Corki.
Yup. Okay. Oh,
Oh.
I was just checking in here. I didn't mean to gift that to dish soap. Okay, checking back in with this rogue Corki. What? Okay.
Yeah, this is a super interesting board with the drone uplink on the Milio, and that's going to help spread a lot of that utility from the red buff. And 5 Meeple 3 Rogue seems like a pretty strong board on paper, but this Leona 3 looks like it's scaled a lot more than when we saw it last. Will it be enough? If Nami just does one more cast, oh, and there, and down goes Tunington.
Kimberly is gonna live out this round. The dish soap now looking up at their potential last life.
Yeah, me first Wraith, Cambly, and Dish Soap all just sitting on that 1 life threshold. And this Titanic Hydra Zaya board is looking pretty strong. Like, we have the 2 artifacts on the Nunu. Like, it's getting big, it has the Protector Spouse so it can cast fast. And the Horizon Focus that will proc once the Nunu casts and stuns all of those units. And if he is able to win this round and scale just a little bit more, this board has the potential to win it all.
Oh, the beeples, how they go.
The peoples. Oh, this big slow Nunu just slowly making his way across the board.
Bishop's gonna
Oh,
take
and down
out
goes
Cambly. Oh man. I really didn't want to see either of them lose, actually. So that was tough.
Yeah.
Oh yes,
We're
this
down to our
is-
final 5. Ooh.
Why does it just say 2,000 now? It's not as strong as before. Or I thought she had 5k health.
I think that was
Different Leona?
another... Yeah, different Leona.
Okay.
Still pretty big. Wigwag is hoping that that ribbon can make its way onto the backline, but it doesn't look like it did.
Nope, not just yet.
Oh, big cast from the Nami. And it looks like it won't be enough for Wigwag as he goes down to around 2 lives at this stage in the game.
And it wasn't enough for Dish Soap either, who just barely missed out on the top 4. Dish Soap was sitting in 5th moving into this game as well, and gonna finish the standings in this game in 5th.
Oof. Yeah, not very happy to see that if I were Dish Soap.
No. Oh. Yeah. Okay, moving to 9 here.
What is Kaiwing looking for? Maybe that Blitzcrank is a good one to pick up.
I was just thinking the same. What are we looking for?
Yeah, it could be just a we could replace one of the Vanguards with the Blitzcrank once we hit the Blitzcrank 2, maybe. But at this stage, we know we're on 1 life. We know we can't go to 10, so might as well just like roll all our gold. And maybe if someone is going for like the Fabled 3-star 4 cost, we could start holding those units. So I guess it makes sense, but also like we gotta hit that Blitzcrank 2 for it to start coming to fruition. Battle of the 1 lives here.
Yeah, Zaya was able to get onto that Nami pretty early and is gonna take this, and is gonna eliminate Kaiwang here.
Okay. Wigwag surviving on 3 HP with the quirky ribbon board that we've seen a lot of this tournament. Did get boxing lessons for his silver augment on 3-2, which is I don't think we've talked too much about that, but it is a pretty solid one where you have a lot of extra effective HP on your board. Like that Rammus is going to be super tanky with all of that extra HP, and we do have that Quirky just having a ton of DPS in the backline. That being said, we'll see how well it does up against Soju's Primordium board, and he has a double Flicker Blade. Fewer at 2.
Yeah, when we made the rounds, I took a look at this board and I was like, no, we'll just come back. This will stick around. Wigwag, who was above Soju going into this game. So Soju taking him out must feel pretty good. Maybe sitting up a little bit in the chair.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, he is leaning forward. He is locked in for the final few rounds of this game.
That's good. That's good, and that's what I would expect from, Soju going first in for this last game. Would be hoping that he's locked in.
Yeah, and like the stars aligned for Soju throughout this game. Like we had the early Primordium spat, we had the Triforce, and then we're rolling the Flicker Blades for that backline to potentially scale. But speaking of, the Titanic Hydra Zaya might just be too strong. So it'll be the Battle of the Artifacts.
Okay, what do we got here?
Well, hello. Back in time for the final.
Well, hello.
Final fight.
Welcome.
Thank you for holding it down without me.
Yeah, we got it.
Of course.
Welcome back. Okay, first thoughts. What are you seeing?
Double Flicker Blade is definitely something I have not seen before. That's gonna be one fast Kindred. But I don't know that that's enough.
Boy.
This Titanic Zaya I've definitely seen before goes crazy.
Oh, but the Briar's on the backline. Will it be enough? And Soju takes the first for the last game.
Okay.
All right. He is definitely very happy with this one. We won't be seeing another legendary Soju rant, but at least he makes it to potentially
I don't know. I think we might still.
But yeah, super well played game from Soju. Like, we saw a ton of variance in the first augment selection with the prismatic coming out, and ultimately we saw the players that took those scaling early game like 2-1 artifact anvils show a lot of success, and we did see the Battle of the Artifact showdown with the Titanic Hydra Zaya versus the Double Flicker Blade Kindred kind of going crazy in the last fight. But yeah, a nail biter game as always to finish off the day. Yeah, Catherine, Cora, what were your thoughts on just watching all 6 games today and going into tomorrow?
Cora, do you want to start? I'm trying to get
Sure.
the standings.
I think definitely a lot of exciting games today. Unfortunately, like only half caught the last game as my power went out and trying to watch off phone Wi-Fi. So I don't have much comments on last game. But throughout the entire day was a lot of exciting games. I feel like we started out in the first few games pretty standard, what expected. We saw a lot of Yi and like the Corky Ribbon. But I feel like as like the games went on, we saw more of like we started seeing like the loot sub, and we saw like some more of these interesting lines. We got to see the AMER cash out. We got to see the Zed. So like it just felt like we got to see a lot of stuff that we missed early on in the day. And I think tomorrow's gonna be really exciting as we go into checkmate format. Because checkmate format changes meta so much as you have to play for first. I think Wigwag was a great example today of that. Like that's what we'll expect to see a lot of tomorrow. Like you have to play for that first. You have to go for these big outs in some of these games, and we'll have multiple players doing it tomorrow, not just people like Wigwag who like absolutely have to do it. So I'm excited for tomorrow.
Okay,
Yeah, definitely.
We can use deduction here to do the standings because they're not completely updated here. But yeah, I think looking towards tomorrow, I'm definitely just excited to see what is going to be the final like most played in the games as far as like meta goes. I think that we have seen a bit of the same thing but with the little variety tweaks, so I'm excited to see what the best of these 3 days is going to put together. But yeah, taking a look, this is what we've got right now.
Yes, we have our first 4 that already advanced through before these last 2 games. We have Prestevent, Darthnub, Weijin, and Brabahu, who we'll see tomorrow. And then, like I said, the scores are still updating, but we'll see Kaiwing and Wigwag making through for sure. We talked about Wigwag going 883 to finish out the day when it was like below the cutoff, which is just huge. Like the player mental to be able to do that. And then based off points, I think it's both me first or 8th and Soju should have enough to advance. So knocking out Dish Soap and Cambuli, I believe, with the quick mouths. So those should be our last 2 rounding it out. Very, very close standings there around that 8th place position, with Dish Soap and Cambuli 1 point behind Wigwag.
Yeah, our final lobby is looking super, super competitive, as always is with like our Pro Circuit tournaments, but we have Prestevent, Darthnub, Weijin, Brabahu, Kaiwang, Me First Wraith, Soju, and Wigwag. I believe it's the first time that we're seeing Wigwag in a cup final. So it'll be pretty exciting to see how he plays around the checkmate format, and if he is able to, get that underdog story, get to those 20 points first, and then Senjata win. But we also see like the big names like Prestevent and Weijin, who started off the game super, super strong. And like, of course, Soju, Me First Wraith, Kaiwang, all of those regular names that we see in our cup finals as well. So it'll be a banger last day for our first cup of the set.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch Wigwag tomorrow after today. But also like the Darthnub coming off the most recent win with the world champion. Weijin, who had so many world spots last year, to see if he can pull out another one tomorrow. But like I said, also like seeing like Prestevent and Soju, big names in the TFT scene that are like you can always count on to be there. They may not make every single like final lobby, but like they're always there in contention that players are looking out for. So tomorrow, I think we're gonna have some banger games regardless of who ends up winning. So excited, however it turns out.
That's right, and for reminders tomorrow that this is what we're going to look at. We're going to see our 8 finalists that Bisu just went over with us, and we're going to see them play the checkmat format. Tomorrow, Domino is going to be running the show, so anybody who wants to join in the chat or join in the talent chat, you're definitely welcome. We'll definitely be excited to pick this back up tomorrow. But that's going to do it from us over here for the rest of the day. And thanks for everybody for hanging out. Bye bye.
Bye all.